Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Keeper's Beginning. In the mists of memory, where paradise once bloomed eternal, there stands a figure whose very name has become synonymous with torment and betrayal. Tonight, as shadows gather around us like whispered secrets, we delve into the story of one who was trusted with the most sacred of duties, only to become the architect of unthinkable corruption. Let us explore the tale of Thresh, the Chain Warden, and discover how even the most trusted guardians can fall to darkness. Long before the Shadow Isles became a realm of perpetual nightmare, they were known by a different name, the Blessed Isles. Picture, if you will, archipelago floating serenely in azure seas, where the very air shimmered with benevolent magic and the trees bore fruits that could heal any wound. Here, beneath skies that knew no storm, grew gardens where flowers bloomed in colors that had no earthly names, and springs bubbled with waters that could restore both body and spirit to perfect health. These were islands touched by divinity itself, a place where the veil between the mortal realm and the spirit world grew thin, allowing for wonders that existed nowhere else in Runeterra. The Blessed Isles served as a sanctuary for knowledge, healing, and the pursuit of enlightenment. Scholars, healers, and seekers of wisdom from across the known world would make pilgrimages to these sacred shores, hoping to glimpse truths that could illuminate the darkest corners of existence. It was in this paradise that our tale begins, with a man whose name would one day be spoken only in whispers of fear. But in those golden days, Thresh was known simply as a keeper, one of the trusted wardens who protected the most dangerous and powerful artifacts housed within the Isle's sacred vaults. He was tall and lean, with sharp features that seemed carved from the very stone of the ancient temples he guarded. His eyes, then still fully human, held an intelligence that bordered on the unsettling, always watching, always calculating. The role of a keeper was not one given lightly. These guardians were chosen for their unwavering moral character, their deep understanding of magical forces, and their absolute commitment to protecting the innocent from powers that could corrupt or destroy. They were the first and last line of defense against artifacts and knowledge that, in the wrong hands, could reshape the world in terrible ways. Thresh had been selected for this honor after demonstrating remarkable aptitude in the arcane arts, combined with what his superiors believed to be an unshakable sense of duty. He understood the weight of his responsibility to stand sentinel over objects and texts that contained the power to grant immortality, to reshape reality itself, or to commune with forces from beyond the veil of death. Each day he walked the silent halls of the great repository, checking seals that had held for centuries, ensuring that the barriers between the world and its most dangerous secrets remained intact. The repository itself was a marvel of both architecture and magical engineering. Built into the heart of the largest island, its chambers descended deep into the living rock, each level more secure than the last. The upper chambers held artifacts of merely regional significance, items that could influence weather patterns or grant limited foresight. But as one descended deeper, the artifacts grew more potent and more perilous. In the deepest vaults lay objects whose very presence could drive lesser minds to madness. Ancient crowns that could command the loyalty of entire nations, mirrors that showed not reflections but the deepest fears of those who gazed within, and books written in languages that predated human civilization. languages that, when spoken aloud, could tear holes in the fabric of reality itself. Thresh knew every inch of these chambers, every ward and protection spell, every failsafe that had been carefully constructed over generations of keepers before him. He took pride in his work, finding satisfaction in the precise rituals that maintained the seals, in the careful cataloging of each item's properties and dangers. To the other inhabitants of the Blessed Isles, he was a figure of quiet respect, competent, reliable, and utterly dedicated to his sacred charge. But even in paradise, shadows can take root in unexpected places. As the years passed, something began to change in Thresh's demeanor, so subtle at first that even his closest colleagues failed to notice. It began with his studies, which grew more intense and focused. Where once he had been content to simply maintain the wards and catalog the artifacts, he began to delve deeper into understanding their true nature and origins. He spent long hours poring over ancient texts that described the creation of the most dangerous items in his care. He studied the rituals that had been used to bind demons into physical forms, the processes by which mortal souls could be trapped and manipulated, and the delicate arts of inflicting pain that transcended the merely physical. What had started as professional curiosity began to evolve into something far more troubling. The other keepers began to notice small changes in their colleague. Thresh's questions during their scholarly discussions grew more pointed, more focused on the mechanisms of suffering rather than protection. When studying artifacts designed to cause harm, he displayed an attention to detail that seemed to go beyond mere academic interest. His colleagues attributed this to thoroughness. After all, to properly guard against something, one must understand it completely. The Blessed Isles themselves seemed to sense the growing shadow within one of their guardians. The gardens around the repository began to bloom less vibrantly when Thresh walked among them. The sacred springs grew slightly cooler when he approached to perform his ritual cleansings. Even the songbirds that filled the air with their melodies grew quieter in his presence, as if some instinct warned them away. Yet Thresh's duties continued without obvious fault. The seals held firm under his watch, the dangerous artifacts remained safely contained, and the repository continued to function as it had for centuries. To outside observers, he remained the model keeper, dutiful, knowledgeable, and completely trustworthy. But deep within the chambers he guarded, in the long hours of solitude between his regular inspections, Thresh began to conduct experiments of his own. He started small, with minor enchantments and simple manipulations of magical energy, but each success led him to attempt something more complex, more dangerous. He began to understand that the artifacts in his care were not merely objects to be guarded. They were teachers, each one holding secrets that could expand his understanding of power in ways his formal education had never touched. The deepest vault held an artifact that had always drawn his attention, a chain of black metal that seemed to absorb light itself. According to the ancient records, it had been forged in the earliest days of the Isles by a master craftsman who had infused it with the power to bind not just physical forms, but souls themselves. The chain had been used only once, to contain a demon whose influence had threatened to corrupt an entire kingdom. After its success, the weapon had been deemed too dangerous for any mortal to wield, and had been sealed away. Night after night, Thresh found himself drawn to that vault, staring at the chain through the protective barriers that surrounded it. He began to wonder what it would feel like to hold such power, to command the very essence of another being's existence. The thoughts came unbidden at first, but gradually he found himself nurturing them, exploring them with the same methodical attention he brought to his other studies. The corruption was so gradual, so subtle, that by the time it became apparent to others, it had already taken deep root. What had begun as intellectual curiosity had evolved into obsession, and obsession had bred a hunger that grew stronger with each passing day. The keeper, who had once protected the innocent from dangerous knowledge, was becoming the very thing he had sworn to guard against. As our first glimpse into Thresh's transformation draws to a close, we see a man standing at the precipice of a choice that would echo through eternity. The trusted guardian, surrounded by powers beyond imagination, faces the most fundamental question of moral existence. When given the opportunity to transcend human limitations, what price is too high to pay? And when does the pursuit of knowledge cross the line into the embrace of evil? Perhaps, as you settle into peaceful rest tonight, you might ponder this. How do we recognize the moment when our noblest intentions begin their slow transformation into something far more sinister? Chapter 2. Guardian of Secrets. In the quiet hours before dawn, when even the eternal gardens of paradise held their breath, the true nature of guardianship revealed itself. Tonight we ventured deeper into the labyrinth of Thresh's transformation, exploring how the very knowledge he was sworn to protect began to reshape the protector himself. Let us walk the shadowed halls, where secrets whispered their seductive promises to a keeper whose heart had begun to listen. The repository that Thresh guarded was far more than a simple vault. It was a living archive of humanity's darkest achievements and most terrible mistakes. Each artifact contained within its walls represented a moment when mortal ambition had reached too far, when the pursuit of power had led creators down paths that should never have been walked. As keeper, Thresh held the keys to understanding not just what these objects could do, but why they had been created in the first place. His daily rounds took him through chambers that chronicled the evolution of cruelty across centuries. Here stood a throne carved from a single massive bone, its surface etched with runes that could compel absolute obedience from any who heard their spoken words. There rested a mirror of polished obsidian that could show its viewer the exact moment of their future death, driving most who gazed upon it to madness from the knowledge. In another chamber lay a collection of musical instruments that could play melodies so beautiful they would literally break the hearts of those who listened, causing them to die from an overflowing of emotion too pure for mortal souls to contain. Each of these artifacts required specific protocols for safe handling and maintenance. The throne needed to be cleansed weekly with holy water, blessed under the full moon, lest its compulsive power begin to leak into the surrounding stone. The death mirror had to be kept covered with silk woven from the hair of those who had died peacefully in their sleep, as only such material could contain its terrible visions. The heartbreak instruments were sealed within chambers lined with lead and blessed silver, surrounded by wards that prevented even the faintest echo of their music from escaping. Thresh had memorized every ritual, every precaution, every subtle sign that might indicate a containment failure. But as months turned to years, he began to notice details that his training had never addressed. He observed the elegant craftsmanship that had gone into creating the bone throne, the mathematical precision of the runes that gave it power. He studied the flawless polish of the obsidian mirror, marveling at the skill required to create a surface that could pierce the veil of time itself. The musical instruments, though deadly, displayed an artistry that spoke to their creator's deep understanding of both music and the human soul. What struck Thresh most profoundly was not the horror of these objects, but the intelligence behind their creation. Each one represented a solution to a problem, an answer to a question that its maker had posed. The throne had been created by a philosopher king who wanted to ensure that his subjects would never suffer from poor leadership again. The mirror had been crafted by a scholar who believed that knowledge of one's death would help people live more meaningful lives. The instruments had been made by a composer who sought to create music so beautiful it would elevate human consciousness to divine levels. The road to darkness, Thresh began to understand, was often paved with the most noble intentions. This realization should have served as a warning, a reminder of why such knowledge needed to be guarded rather than explored. Instead, it became a justification for his growing curiosity. If such brilliant minds had walked these paths before him, might there not be wisdom to be gained from understanding their work more completely? His colleagues began to notice changes in how Thresh performed his duties. Where once he had conducted his inspections with respectful efficiency, now he lingered in each chamber, studying the artifacts with an intensity that bordered on the obsessive. During their weekly meetings, when the keepers would discuss any anomalies or concerns, Thresh's questions grew increasingly technical. He wanted to understand not just how the containment systems worked, but how the artifacts themselves functioned. "Tell me again about the resonance frequency of the sorrow bells," he would ask, referring to a set of chimes that could induce suicidal despair in any who heard them ring. "What specific tonal relationships create the psychological effect? Are there variations in the response based on the listener's emotional state?" His fellow keepers initially appreciated his thoroughness. After all, a deeper understanding of the artifacts could only improve their ability to contain them safely, but gradually they began to sense something unsettling in Thresh's inquiries. His questions seemed less focused on protection and more on application. The turning point came during his study of a particularly insidious artifact known as the Empathy Crown. This delicate circlet of silver and crystal had been created by a healer who wanted to better understand her patient's suffering. When worn, it allowed the wearer to experience exactly what another person was feeling: their pain, their fear, their despair, with perfect clarity and intensity. The healer had believed this would make her more effective at providing comfort and treatment. What she had not anticipated was how addictive the experience would become. The crown allowed her to feel not just pain, but also the exquisite moment when that pain was relieved. She began to seek out the most extreme cases of suffering, telling herself it was for research purposes. Eventually, she started inflicting pain herself, simply to experience the rush of both the agony and its eventual cessation. When she was finally stopped, the crown was sealed away with the strongest wards the Blessed Isles could create. What she had not anticipated was how addictive the experience would become. The crown allowed her to feel not just pain, but also the exquisite moment when that pain was relieved. She began to seek out the most extreme cases of suffering, telling herself it was for research purposes. Eventually, she started inflicting pain herself, simply to experience the rush of both the agony and its eventual cessation. When she was finally stopped, the crown was sealed away with the strongest wards the Blessed Isles could create. Thresh spent weeks studying the crown's containment protocols, memorizing every detail of its construction and powers. But his research went beyond what was required for his duties. He began experimenting with minor empathy enchantments, creating small magical constructs that could relay emotional states between living creatures. His stated purpose was to better understand how the crown worked, so that he could detect any signs of its influence breaking free of its bonds. The experiment started with simple creatures, mice and songbirds in the repository's lower levels. Thresh would create a magical link between two animals, then observe how pain inflicted on one would be experienced by the other. He told himself this was necessary research, a way to understand the crown's mechanisms without risking exposure to its full power. But as he watched the creatures suffer and react, he began to notice something troubling within himself. The distress of the animals didn't disturb him as it should have. Instead, he found himself fascinated by the precise ways that emotional and physical pain could be transmitted and amplified. He began to take detailed notes, not just on the magical mechanics of the process, but on the behavioral responses of his subjects. How long could a creature endure shared pain before its will broke entirely? What types of suffering were most effectively transmitted through magical links? How could the connection be modified to intensify, rather than simply duplicate the experience? His research logbooks from this period, had they been discovered by his colleagues, would have revealed the depth of his transformation. Pages that should have contained dry technical observations instead read like the journal of someone conducting systematic studies in torture. He wrote about optimal stress thresholds and effective fear escalation protocols with the clinical detachment of a scholar. But the underlying fascination was unmistakable. The corruption was spreading through more than just his academic interests. Thresh began to notice that he looked forward to certain aspects of his duties that had never held appeal before. When conducting the weekly inspection of the pain amplification crystals, gems that could increase physical suffering 100-fold, he found himself imagining what it would be like to activate them. When maintaining the seals on the nightmare projection apparatus, he wondered what dreams the device might create if its power were unleashed on sleeping minds. Most telling of all was his changing relationship with the repository's most dangerous resident, a bound spirit known as the Whisperer. This entity had been trapped within a specially prepared crystal matrix for over 3 centuries. It was the remnant of a demon that had once convinced an entire city's population to participate in their own systematic destruction, not through force but through persuasion. The demon had possessed an supernatural ability to understand exactly what arguments would appeal to any individual's specific psychological weaknesses. The Whisperer had been contained after its host body was destroyed, but the spirit remained conscious and aware within its crystal prison. Previous keepers had reported that it would sometimes attempt to communicate, offering bargains or trying to manipulate its guardians into releasing it. The standard protocol was to ignore any such attempts completely, as even listening to the entity's words could begin the process of mental corruption. Thresh, however, found himself drawn to the chamber where the Whisperer was held. At first, he simply stood outside the containment area during his regular inspections, ensuring that all seals remained intact. But gradually, he began to linger, and eventually, he began to listen. The demon's voice was like silk wrapped around razors, beautiful, compelling, and deadly. It spoke to Thresh of the waste inherent in his position, guarding knowledge that could be used to better the world. It reminded him of all the good that could be accomplished if the artifact's powers were carefully applied by someone with sufficient wisdom and restraint. Most seductively, it praised Thresh's intelligence, suggesting that he alone among the keepers possessed the intellectual capacity to use such power responsibly. "You understand," the Whisperer would murmur during Thresh's visits, its voice barely audible through the containment barriers. "You see the patterns that others miss. Why should such gifts remain locked away when they could serve a greater purpose? Think of the suffering that could be prevented if the right person, someone like you, had access to the tools necessary to reshape a flawed world." These conversations, one-sided though they appeared to Thresh's colleagues who occasionally passed by, began to erode the last of his moral foundations. The demon never asked him to release it directly. Instead, it simply encouraged him to think, to question, to consider possibilities that his training had taught him to reject without examination. By the end of this period, Thresh had crossed a line from which there would be no return. He was no longer a keeper protecting dangerous knowledge. He had become a student seeking to master it. The artifacts he guarded were no longer threats to be contained, but tools waiting to be wielded by someone with sufficient understanding and ambition. The transformation was so gradual that even Thresh himself might not have recognized its completion. But deep in the midnight hours, as he walked the silent corridors of the repository, his footsteps echoed with a different rhythm. He moved not as a protector, but as a predator, stalking knowledge that would soon become his prey. As we conclude this chapter of growing corruption, we see a man who has convinced himself that his hunger for power is actually wisdom, that his fascination with suffering is merely intellectual curiosity. The Guardian has become the very thing he was meant to guard against, but he cannot see the change in himself. Perhaps tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you might consider this: how easily can we mistake our desires for our duties, and what happens when we begin to serve the very forces we once stood against? Chapter 3. The Temptation of Power. In the depths of understanding, where knowledge becomes both salvation and damnation, a keeper stands at the crossroads of choice. Tonight, we witness the moment when curiosity transforms into hunger, when the guardian of secrets becomes their willing slave. Let us follow Thresh deeper into the labyrinth of forbidden wisdom, where each revelation pulls him further from the light he once served. The repository's lowest levels held secrets that predated the Blessed Isles themselves, artifacts and knowledge from civilizations that had risen and fallen before the current age began. It was here, in chambers carved from living bedrock and sealed with wards older than recorded history, that Thresh discovered the texts that would complete his transformation. These were not mere objects of power, but instructional manuals written by those who had walked the paths of darkness before him. The first of these discoveries came during a routine inspection of the deepest vault. While checking the integrity of a containment seal, Thresh noticed a crack in the stone wall that had not been present during his previous visit. Investigation revealed that the crack led to a hidden chamber, one that had been deliberately concealed behind layers of stone and magical barriers. Within this forgotten space lay a collection of texts that made even the most dangerous artifacts in the upper levels seem benign by comparison. These were the personal journals and research notes of Kalon the Corrupted, a scholar mage who had lived during the early days of the Isles. Kalon had been one of the original architects of the repository's containment systems, but his studies had led him down a path that ultimately resulted in his exile and presumed death. What Thresh discovered was that Kalon had not died. He had simply hidden himself away to pursue research that his colleagues would never have permitted. The journals detailed experiments that went far beyond anything Thresh had previously imagined. Where the artifacts in the upper levels were tools created for specific purposes, Kalon's work dealt with the fundamental forces that governed life, death, and the spaces between them. His research focused on the manipulation of souls themselves, how they could be extracted, modified, and weaponized. One journal entry particularly captured Thresh's attention. Written in Kalon's precise script, it described a breakthrough in understanding the nature of consciousness itself. Today I have confirmed my hypothesis regarding the soul's capacity for separation and reconstitution. The essence of a being can indeed be extracted while maintaining full awareness and personality. Moreover, the extracted soul experiences sensation with far greater intensity than when housed within physical form. Pain becomes exquisite, fear becomes transcendent, and despair achieves a purity that is almost artistic in its perfection. The implications for both punishment and enlightenment are extraordinary. Reading these words, Thresh felt something shift within him, a recognition, as if he had been searching his entire life for exactly this knowledge. Here was proof that the questions he had been afraid to ask had already been answered by someone who had possessed the courage to pursue truth, regardless of its moral implications. The hidden chamber contained more than just journals. Kalon had left behind a complete laboratory, its equipment still functional after centuries of abandonment. Crystal arrays for soul manipulation, binding circles carved with runes that could trap consciousness itself, and alchemical apparatus designed to distill emotional essence into physical form. Most remarkable of all was a device Kalon had called the Empathy Engine, a crystalline construct that could not only detect and analyze emotional states, but actively manipulate them. Thresh spent weeks studying Kalon's work, absorbing techniques that made his previous experiments seem like a child's toys. The depth of knowledge contained within those journals was staggering. Kalon had not merely discovered how to inflict suffering, he had developed an entire science around it, complete with theoretical frameworks and practical applications. According to the journals, emotional pain could be refined and concentrated like any other energy source. Different types of suffering produced different qualities of power. Despair created a cold, penetrating energy that could pass through any physical barrier, while terror generated raw force that could shatter both matter and spirit. Most intriguingly, the moment when hope died completely in a soul produced what Kalon termed crystallized anguish, a form of energy so pure and potent that even tiny amounts could power magical workings of enormous scope. But it was not merely the technical knowledge that seduced Thresh. It was Kalon's philosophy. The ancient mage had developed an elaborate justification for his work, arguing that suffering was not an unfortunate byproduct of existence, but rather its most essential component. According to his writings, consciousness could only be truly refined through the experience of pain, and those who inflicted such experiences were actually performing a service to their subjects. "We are sculptors of the soul," Kalon had written in one of his final entries. Each application of precise suffering removes another layer of mundane consciousness, revealing the pure essence beneath. The weak may see this as cruelty, but the enlightened understand it as the highest form of art. We give meaning to existence by providing the contrast that makes joy possible. Without us, happiness would be mere ignorance. This philosophy resonated with something deep within Thresh's transformed psyche. His experiments with the empathy enchantments had shown him the intoxicating rush that came from having absolute power over another being's emotional state. Kalan's work promised to expand that power beyond anything he had imagined possible. Following the detailed instructions in the journals, Thresh began to construct his own versions of Kalan's devices. Working in the hidden chamber during the long hours between his official duties, he assembled arrays of crystals that could amplify and focus psychic energy. He learned to create binding circles that could trap not just physical forms, but the essence of consciousness itself. Most importantly, he began to experiment with the extraction and manipulation of souls. His first successful extraction was performed on a rat he had captured in the repository's lower levels. Following Kalan's precise instructions, Thresh created a binding circle with runes carved into the stone floor, then placed the animal at its center. The ritual required perfect concentration and timing. One mistake could result in the soul being destroyed rather than extracted. As Thresh spoke the words of power that Kalan had recorded, he felt magical energy flow through him in ways he had never experienced. The very air within the chamber seemed to thicken, taking on an oily quality that made his skin crawl. Reality itself appeared to waver, as if the fundamental laws that governed existence had become momentarily negotiable. The rat began to convulse, its small body thrashing against restraints that held it within the binding circle. But what transfixed Thresh was not the creature's physical distress. It was the moment when something translucent and shimmering began to separate from its body. The soul, visible now as a gossamer thread of pure consciousness, stretched between the rat's physical form and the collection point Thresh had prepared. The sensation of holding another being's essence in his hands was indescribable. The rat's soul pulsed with life and awareness, but it was completely helpless, entirely dependent on Thresh's will for its continued existence. He could feel the creature's terror and confusion as clearly as if they were his own emotions, but filtered through the lens of absolute control. More intoxicating still was the realization that the extracted soul experienced everything with heightened intensity. The rat's fear, which would have been merely instinctual in its physical form, had become a complex tapestry of emotion that Thresh could read and manipulate with surgical precision. He could amplify the creature's terror until it achieved an almost transcendent quality, or he could mute it to barely perceptible levels. The soul was like a musical instrument, and he was learning to play melodies of suffering. The experiments grew more complex as Thresh's skills developed. He learned to extract souls without destroying their host bodies, creating situations where consciousness existed in two places simultaneously. He discovered how to transfer emotions between different souls, forcing creatures to experience fears and desires that were not their own. Most remarkably, he began to understand how extracted souls could be modified, their memories altered, their personalities reshaped, their very identities rewritten according to his specifications. Each success led to greater ambitions. Thresh progressed from rats to larger creatures, eventually working with animals whose souls were complex enough to provide truly interesting subjects for his experiments. He learned to create permanent soul prisons, crystalline constructs that could house extracted consciousness indefinitely, keeping the essence aware and responsive while preventing any possibility of escape or death. The hidden chamber became his sanctuary, the one place where he could pursue his true calling without interference from the narrow-minded restrictions of his official duties. Here, surrounded by Kalan's equipment and his own growing collection of imprisoned souls, Thresh felt more alive than he ever had before. The work gave him a sense of purpose that his role as a mere keeper had never provided. But perhaps the most significant change was in how Thresh viewed other people. Where once he had seen colleagues and friends, he now saw potential subjects for his research. Every person he encountered became a fascinating puzzle. What would their soul look like when extracted? How would their consciousness respond to various forms of manipulation? What unique qualities of suffering might they possess? His interactions with his fellow keepers became exercises in restraint, as he fought the urge to propose experiments that would reveal their true potential. During conversations, he found himself analyzing their words and gestures not for their social content, but for signs of psychological vulnerability that might be exploited. The Whisperer's lessons in manipulation had become second nature to him, and he began to see every relationship as an opportunity to practice his growing skills. The corruption had reached a point where Thresh no longer questioned his actions or their morality. Callan's philosophy had provided him with a framework that transformed every cruel impulse into a noble pursuit of knowledge. He was no longer a torturer, he was a researcher. He was not inflicting suffering, he was revealing truth. He was not destroying souls, he was perfecting them. As we witness this pivotal moment in Thresh's transformation, we see how the pursuit of forbidden knowledge can reshape not just what a person knows, but who they fundamentally are. The Keeper, who once protected others from dangerous secrets, has become someone who creates new dangers, convinced that his cruelty serves a higher purpose. In the quiet moments before sleep claims you tonight, perhaps you might reflect on this. When we convince ourselves that our darkest impulses serve noble goals, have we found justification for evil, or have we simply learned to lie to ourselves with greater sophistication? Chapter 4. Betrayal of Trust. In the sacred halls where oaths were meant to bind souls to righteousness, a darkness prepared to break free from its chrysalis. Tonight, we witness the moment when a guardian's fall becomes complete, when the protector transforms into the very threat he was sworn to prevent. Let us observe how Thresh's hunger for power led him to commit the ultimate betrayal, not just of his duties, but of the very foundations upon which paradise itself was built. The transition from secret experimenter to active saboteur did not happen overnight. For months, Thresh had maintained the careful balance between his official responsibilities and his forbidden research, but the strain of living such a double existence was beginning to show. His colleagues noticed subtle changes in his demeanor, a distracted quality during meetings, an increasing reluctance to collaborate on routine maintenance tasks, and most concerning of all, a growing tendency to question the fundamental principles that governed their work. Tell me again why we contain these artifacts rather than study them, Thresh would ask during their weekly gatherings, his voice carrying a tone that his fellow keepers found unsettling. What wisdom is there in keeping knowledge locked away where it cannot benefit anyone? Are we guardians, or are we simply jailers of progress? These questions marked the beginning of his open rebellion against the philosophies that had guided the repository for centuries. Thresh had begun to see the containment protocols not as necessary protections, but as obstacles to his own advancement. Every ward he maintained, every seal he reinforced, every dangerous artifact he helped to secure, all of it had become impediments to accessing the power he increasingly believed was rightfully his. The breaking point came when his fellow keepers proposed a strengthening of the repository's defenses. Strange disturbances had been reported from some of the deeper vaults, fluctuations in magical energy that suggested the containment systems might be weakening after centuries of use. The senior keepers wanted to perform a comprehensive review of all protective measures, updating and reinforcing them using the most modern techniques available. For Thresh, this proposal represented a catastrophic threat to his plans. Stronger containment would make it far more difficult to access the artifacts he needed for his research. Worse still, a thorough review might uncover his hidden chamber and the evidence of his unauthorized experiments. The investigation would inevitably lead to his exposure and exile from the Isles, ending his access to the vast repository of knowledge that had become the center of his existence. It was then that Thresh made the choice that would seal his transformation from guardian to destroyer. Rather than accept the limitations that others sought to impose upon him, he decided to ensure that such limitations could never again threaten his work. If the repository's defenses were to be strengthened, he would simply have to make certain that those strengthening them could not succeed. The plan that formed in Thresh's mind was elegant in its simplicity and horrifying in its implications. Rather than openly opposing the security upgrades, he would volunteer to lead the effort himself. His colleagues trusted him completely. After all, He had served faithfully for years and knew the containment systems better than anyone else. Who better to oversee improvements to defenses than the keeper who understood them most intimately? But instead of strengthening the protective barriers, Thresh began to systematically weaken them. Working under the guise of modernization, he introduced subtle flaws into the ward structures, imperfections so small and carefully hidden that they would not be immediately apparent, but which would grow over time like cracks in a foundation. Each modification he made appeared to be an improvement, but was actually designed to create vulnerabilities that he could exploit later. The process required extraordinary skill and cunning. Thresh had to make changes that would satisfy his colleagues' expectations while actually achieving the opposite of their intended purpose. He accomplished this by creating layers of deception within the magical structures themselves. On the surface, his modifications appeared to reinforce the existing protections, but beneath this facade, he wove in secondary patterns that would gradually corrupt the primary defenses. The technique was inspired by Kalen's journals, which described similar methods of magical sabotage. By introducing resonance frequencies that would slowly destabilize the containment crystals, Thresh could ensure that the barriers would weaken over time without leaving any obvious traces of tampering. To his colleagues, the failures would appear to be natural degradation, unfortunate, but not suspicious. As he worked on these modifications, Thresh experienced a rush of exhilaration, unlike anything he had felt before. The act of betrayal itself had become intoxicating. Each false reassurance he gave to his trusting colleagues, each feigned concern about the repository's security, each lie that protected his true agenda, all of it fed a growing sense of superiority that had consumed his former moral foundations. He began to see his fellow keepers not as trusted companions, but as obstacles to be manipulated and ultimately overcome. Their adherence to outdated principles marked them as inferior beings, too limited in their thinking to appreciate the greater truths he had discovered. In his mind, he was not betraying them. He was freeing himself from their narrow-minded constraints. The most insidious aspect of Thresh's sabotage was how he turned the keeper's own conscientiousness against them. When one of his colleagues expressed concern about minor fluctuations in a containment field, Thresh would volunteer to investigate personally, then report back that the anomaly had been caused by natural settling in the stone foundations. When another keeper noticed that certain artifacts seemed to be emanating slightly more energy than usual, Thresh would explain that this was a normal result of the upgrades they were implementing. His explanations were always plausible, always delivered with the authority of someone who understood the systems better than anyone else. His colleagues had no reason to doubt him. After all, he was the one doing most of the actual work on the improvements. If Thresh said that something was normal or expected, they accepted his expertise without question. But the betrayal went deeper than mere sabotage of the physical containment systems. Thresh had also begun to actively corrupt the magical foundations that sustained the Blessed Isles themselves. The repository was not separate from the island's overall structure. It was an integral part of the mystical network that maintained the Paradise's existence. By weakening the barriers that contained the most dangerous artifacts, Thresh was also undermining the very forces that kept the islands pure and protected. The island's magic was based on principles of harmony and balance, concepts that required the absolute containment of chaotic and destructive forces. The artifacts in the repository were not merely dangerous objects. They were focal points of negative energy that had to be completely isolated to prevent them from poisoning the surrounding environment. Thresh's modifications were slowly allowing that poison to seep into the foundations of Paradise itself. The effects were subtle at first. Flowers in the gardens near the repository began to wilt slightly faster than usual. The sacred springs that had always run pure and clear developed a barely perceptible bitter taste. The songbirds that filled the air with their melodies grew quieter, and some species stopped visiting the islands altogether. Even the weather began to change, with gentle rains becoming less frequent and the eternal spring warmth giving way to occasional chill winds. But perhaps the most significant change was in the spiritual atmosphere of the islands themselves. The Blessed Isles had always been a place where people felt naturally inclined toward kindness, wisdom, and peaceful contemplation. The very air seemed to encourage noble thoughts and discourage base impulses. As Thresh's sabotage progressed, however, this influence began to weaken. Visitors to the islands started reporting strange dreams, visions of violence and suffering that seemed to come from nowhere. Scholars who had come seeking enlightenment found themselves plagued by thoughts of revenge and cruelty. Even the permanent residents began to experience mood changes that seemed to have no external cause. Arguments became more frequent, suspicions grew where trust had once flourished, and the general atmosphere of peace that had defined the islands for centuries began to deteriorate. Thresh observed these changes with a mixture of satisfaction and anticipation. Each sign of decay confirmed that his plan was working, that the barriers he had spent his life maintaining were finally beginning to fail. Soon, the repository's most dangerous contents would be accessible to him without the need for elaborate circumvention of security measures. More importantly, the overall weakening of the island's defenses would make them vulnerable to influences that had been kept at bay for millennia. The culmination of his betrayal came when Thresh made his most audacious modification yet. Deep within the repository's heart lay the Master Seal, a crystalline construct that served as the keystone for all other containment systems. This artifact was so crucial that damaging it would compromise every protective barrier in the entire facility. It was also so heavily warded that approaching it required the authorization of all senior keepers working in concert. Thresh convinced his colleagues that the Master Seal needed to be examined as part of their comprehensive security review. He argued that such an important component should be tested regularly to ensure its continued functionality. His fellow keepers agreed, though they insisted on following proper protocols for such a dangerous operation. The examination required all 5 senior keepers to be present, each contributing their magical energy to temporarily lower the seal's protective barriers. As they worked together to access the crystal, Thresh performed his most subtle and devastating act of sabotage. While his colleagues focused on maintaining the complex spell matrix required for safe examination, he introduced a single tiny modification to the Master Seal's structure. The change was so small that it would have been invisible to any observer, but its implications were enormous. Thresh had created what Callan's journals called a cascade vulnerability, a flaw that would remain dormant until triggered by specific conditions, then rapidly spread throughout the entire containment network. When the right catalyst was applied, every protective barrier in the repository would fail simultaneously. As they completed the examination and restored the Master Seal's protections, Thresh's colleagues congratulated themselves on a job well done. The crystal appeared to be functioning perfectly, showing no signs of weakness or degradation. They had no way of knowing that their most trusted member had just planted the seeds of their paradise's destruction. Walking back through the repository's halls after the examination, Thresh felt a sense of completion unlike anything he had experienced before. The months of careful planning, the delicate balance of deception and manipulation, the gradual corruption of everything he had once sworn to protect, all of it had led to this moment. He had successfully positioned himself to seize control of powers that had been locked away for centuries. But more than that, he had proven to himself that he was superior to the limitations that bound others. While his colleagues continued to follow rules and restrictions created by minds less capable than his own, he had transcended such petty concerns. He had become something greater than a mere keeper. He had become a force capable of reshaping reality according to his will. As this chapter of ultimate betrayal draws to a close, we see a man who has completely abandoned every principle he once held sacred. The Guardian has become the destroyer, the Protector has become the predator, and the Keeper of Secrets has become their master. Thresh stands poised to unleash forces that will transform not just himself, but the entire world around him. Perhaps, as you prepare to surrender to sleep's gentle embrace, you might consider this: when we convince ourselves that rules and oaths are merely obstacles to our greater purpose, What separates us from those who would destroy everything we claim to love in service of our own desires? Chapter 5. The Ruination arrives. When destiny's threads converge upon a single moment of choice, the very foundations of reality tremble in anticipation. Tonight, we witness the convergence of two forces of corruption, a grief-mad king seeking to defy death itself, and a fallen keeper who had prepared the way for ultimate catastrophe. Let us observe how Thresh's betrayal created the conditions for the most devastating magical disaster in Runeterra's history, transforming paradise into eternal nightmare. The arrival of King Viego to the Blessed Isles came like a storm born from the deepest ocean trenches, sudden, overwhelming, and carrying with it the promise of destruction on an unimaginable scale. Word had spread across Runeterra of the Camivore King's descent into madness following his queen's death, of his desperate quest to find some means of restoring her to life. Many had assumed his journey would end in failure and resignation, as all such quests ultimately must. None could have anticipated that his path would lead him to the one place where such impossible dreams might actually be realized. Viego's fleet appeared on the horizon during the early hours of dawn, their black sails cutting through the morning mist like knives through silk. The ships themselves seemed wrong somehow. Their hulls bore the scars of supernatural storms, and shadows clung to their rigging in ways that defied the morning sun. As they drew closer to the island's harbors, those with magical sensitivity could feel the aura of desperate hunger that surrounded the king and his expedition. The Blessed Isles had always been protected by more than just physical barriers. Ancient wards woven into the very foundations of the archipelago should have turned away anyone who approached with malevolent intent. Ships carrying those who meant harm to the island's inhabitants, or their sacred knowledge, were supposed to become lost in supernatural fogs, their crews experiencing visions that convinced them to turn back rather than continue toward their destination. But Thresh's months of careful sabotage had weakened these protections along with all the others. The approach wards, like every other defensive system, had been subtly corrupted by his modifications to the containment network. Instead of repelling Viego's fleet, the compromised barriers allowed them to pass through virtually unimpeded. What should have been an impossible landing became merely difficult, and what should have been a deterrent became an invitation. Thresh felt the king's arrival like a vibration in his bones, a resonance that spoke to the darkness he had cultivated within himself. From his position within the repository, he could sense the raw emotional energy that Viego carried with him, grief so profound that it had transcended mere human feeling and become something approaching a force of nature. Here was suffering refined to its absolute essence, pain so pure and concentrated that it could serve as the catalyst for magical workings of unprecedented scope. The keeper-turned-saboteur recognized immediately that Viego's arrival was not mere coincidence. The universe itself seemed to be arranging circumstances to provide Thresh with exactly what he needed to complete his transformation. The king's desperate love for his dead queen, his willingness to sacrifice anything and everything to restore her, his complete abandonment of moral constraints, all of it created the perfect conditions for accessing powers that had been sealed away for millennia. Viego's initial approach to the island's authorities was direct and uncompromising. He demanded access to the repository's most powerful artifacts, specifically those rumored to have power over life and death itself. When the island's guardians attempted to explain that such knowledge was too dangerous to be released, the king's response was swift and brutal. The diplomatic party he had sent ahead was followed by soldiers who cared nothing for the island's traditional sanctity. The conflict that erupted was unlike anything the Blessed Isles had experienced in their long history. Viego's forces were not ordinary warriors. They had been twisted by exposure to their king's supernatural grief, becoming something between the living and the dead. They fought with the desperation of those who had already lost everything that mattered to them, making them far more dangerous than their numbers would suggest. But the true battle was not being fought with swords and spears. While Viego's forces engaged the island's defenders, Thresh was conducting a war of his own within the repository itself. Using his position as senior keeper, He convinced his colleagues that the facility needed to be prepared for siege conditions. Emergency protocols required certain containment systems to be modified to prevent enemy forces from accessing the most dangerous artifacts. His fellow keepers, trusting in his expertise and desperate to protect their charges, agreed to implement the modifications Thresh proposed. What they did not realize was that these emergency measures were actually the final steps in his long campaign of sabotage. Under the guise of increasing security, Thresh activated the cascade vulnerabilities he had spent months installing throughout the containment network. The effects were not immediately apparent. The containment fields continued to function, the protective barriers remained in place, and the dangerous artifacts stayed safely secured. But deep within the magical structures that maintained these protections, corruption was spreading like poison through a bloodstream. Each system that Thresh reinforced became another vector for the spreading failure that would soon consume the entire facility. Meanwhile, Viego had fought his way to the repository's outer chambers, his desperation lending him strength that mortal men should not possess. The king had become something beyond human in his grief, a creature of pure obsession that could not be reasoned with, bargained with, or deterred. His very presence seemed to drain warmth from the air, and hope from the hearts of those who opposed him. It was then that Thresh made his move. Rather than joining his colleagues in defending the repository against the intruders, he approached Viego directly with an offer that would change the course of history. The keeper presented himself not as an enemy to be overcome, but as a potential ally who understood the king's true purpose. "Your Majesty seeks that which can restore life to the dead," Thresh said, his voice carrying a tone of respectful understanding that was perfectly calculated to appeal to Viego's obsessions. "The power you desire does indeed exist within these vaults, but it is contained behind barriers that even your considerable force cannot breach. However, there may be another way, a path that requires knowledge rather than violence, wisdom rather than strength." The conversation that followed was a masterpiece of manipulation, as Thresh played upon every aspect of Viego's psychological state. He spoke of the tragic waste inherent in letting love die merely because of death's intervention. He described the artifacts that could indeed restore life, painting pictures of reunion so vivid that the grief-mad king could almost feel his queen's hand in his once again. Most importantly, he presented himself as the only person capable of accessing these tools of resurrection. Viego, desperate for any hope of success, agreed to Thresh's proposal with minimal resistance. The keeper would guide him to the most powerful life restoration artifacts in the repository's collection, and in return, the king would ensure that Thresh received appropriate compensation for his assistance. What Viego did not understand was that Thresh's true goal was not gold or political power, but access to the unprecedented magical energies that would be released during the resurrection attempt. Leading Viego deeper into the repository, Thresh guided him past chambers filled with artifacts of immense power. The king's eyes lingered on items that promised easier paths to his goal, healing crystals that could mend any wound, temporal devices that could reverse recent deaths, even simple resurrection scrolls that could restore life to those recently deceased. But Thresh insisted that none of these would be sufficient for Viego's purposes. "Your queen has been dead for months," the keeper explained with feigned sympathy. "Her soul has moved beyond the reach of simple magic. To call her back from such a distance requires power that transcends normal understanding, the kind of force that can only be generated by the most profound magical working ever attempted." The artifact Thresh led Viego to was known as the Waters of Life, a pool of liquid starlight that had been contained within a crystalline basin for over 1,000 years. According to the ancient records, the waters had been created during the earliest days of the Blessed Isles by capturing and condensing the very essence of renewal itself. Legend claimed that they could restore life to anything, regardless of how long it had been dead, or how completely it had been destroyed, but the waters came with a price that made them far too dangerous for normal use. The magical energies required to activate them were so vast that the process would drain life force from everything within hundreds of miles, potentially killing millions of innocent people to restore a single individual. This was why the waters had been sealed away rather than destroyed. They represented power that might be necessary in some ultimate crisis, but which could never be used without catastrophic consequences. Thresh, of course, had no intention of warning Viego about these consequences. Instead, he described the waters in terms that emphasized their miraculous properties, while carefully omitting any mention of their terrible cost. He spoke of them as the ultimate expression of love's triumph over death, the perfect tool for a king whose devotion knew no bounds. The ritual to activate the waters required components that Thresh had been secretly gathering for months: crystallized emotions from his soul extraction experiments, distilled essence of suffering from his torture sessions, and most crucially, a massive influx of magical energy to serve as the catalyst for the transformation. Viego's own supernatural grief, concentrated and refined through months of obsession, would provide exactly the kind of power the ritual demanded. As they prepared to begin the working, Thresh felt a satisfaction deeper than anything he had experienced before. Every element of his long campaign was coming together perfectly. The repository's defenses had been fatally weakened by his sabotage, making it possible to access the waters without triggering the protective systems that should have prevented their use. His fellow keepers were distracted by the ongoing battle with Viego's forces, leaving him free to conduct the ritual without interference. Most importantly, he had manipulated a grief-mad king into providing both the motivation and the power needed to unleash forces that would transform the entire world. The moment when Viego placed his queen's preserved body into the waters of life marked the point of no return. As the liquid starlight began to react with the corpse, energies that had been contained for millennia started to break free of their bonds. The very air within the chamber began to shimmer with released power, and reality itself seemed to waver as fundamental forces aligned in ways they were never meant to. But something went wrong, or perhaps, from Thresh's perspective, something went exactly as he had planned. The resurrection was not the clean, simple restoration that Viego had expected. Instead, the waters began to draw life force indiscriminately from everything around them, seeking to balance the cosmic debt created by reversing death itself. The queen's body began to writhe and change, taking on a form that was neither fully alive nor properly dead. As the magical energies spiraled beyond anyone's control, Thresh activated the final stage of his sabotage. With a word of power learned from Callan's journals, he triggered the cascade failure he had built into the repository's containment systems. Every protective barrier in the facility failed simultaneously, releasing centuries of accumulated negative energy into the surrounding environment. The explosion of unleashed power was visible from the mainland as a pillar of sickly green light that pierced the sky itself. The very foundations of the Blessed Isles cracked and split as magical forces beyond comprehension tore through their structure. Paradise had become the epicenter of catastrophe, and the transformation was only beginning. As this chapter of ultimate catastrophe reaches its climax, we witness the moment when careful planning and desperate obsession combine to create destruction beyond imagination. Thresh's betrayal has provided the conditions, Viego's grief has supplied the power, and together they have unleashed forces that will reshape not just the islands, but the very nature of life and death itself. Perhaps, as you drift toward peaceful slumber, you might reflect upon this. How often do our most desperate attempts to preserve what we love become the very instruments of its destruction? And what responsibility do those who enable such tragedies bear for the consequences that follow? Chapter 6. Birth of the Chain Warden. In the crucible of catastrophe, where the boundaries between life and death dissolve into chaos, transformation becomes inevitable. Tonight, we witness the moment when a corrupted keeper shed his mortal form to become something far more terrible, as the very forces he had helped unleash remade him in their own dark image. Let us observe how Thresh emerged from the Ruination, not as its victim, but as its most willing child. The magical explosion that tore through the repository's heart did more than simply destroy the containment systems. It fundamentally altered the nature of reality within the Blessed Isles. as centuries of accumulated negative energy erupted outward in waves of pure corruption. The very concepts of life and death began to blur and intermingle. What had once been a clear distinction between the living and the dead became a spectrum of existence, with new forms of being emerging from the chaotic mixing of opposed forces. Thresh stood at the epicenter of this transformation, his body bathed in energies that would have instantly destroyed any normal person. But he was no longer normal. Months of exposure to extracted souls and forbidden magic had already begun changing him on a fundamental level. Where the unleashed forces encountered ordinary matter, they brought corruption and decay. Where they found Thresh, they discovered a consciousness that welcomed their touch, a mind that had already embraced the very principles they represented. The physical transformation began with his skin, which took on a translucent quality as the magical energies passed through his flesh like water through a sieve. But rather than causing pain, the process filled him with an intoxicating sense of power. He could feel his mortal limitations burning away, replaced by capabilities that transcended human understanding. His vision expanded beyond the normal spectrum, allowing him to see the soul essence of every living thing around him. His hearing became so acute that he could perceive the whispered thoughts of dying minds. Most remarkably, Thresh discovered that he could now manipulate the very forces that were transforming him. The chaotic energies swirling through the repository responded to his will, as if they recognized him as their rightful master. With gestures learned from Callan's journals, he began to shape and direct the transformation process, ensuring that the change would leave him not destroyed, but perfected. The first artifact of his new existence manifested as chains, lengths of spectral metal that emerged from the corrupted air around him, like serpents made of shadow and malice. These were not ordinary restraints, but extensions of his will given physical form. Each link was forged from crystallized suffering, bound together with threads of pure despair. The chains responded to his thoughts with perfect precision, reaching out to grasp whatever he desired to claim or destroy. But it was the lantern that became his most significant creation, a vessel designed to contain the one resource that had become more precious to him than gold or jewels, souls themselves. The lantern's form emerged from his deepest understanding of what he had become, a crystalline cage of impossible geometry that existed partially in the physical world and partially in the realm of pure consciousness. Within its translucent walls, souls could be stored indefinitely, kept aware and suffering for his pleasure and study. The transformation was not merely physical, it was a fundamental reimagining of what Thresh could be and do. His consciousness expanded beyond the limitations of a single perspective, allowing him to perceive multiple layers of reality simultaneously. He could see the material world with his physical senses, the spirit realm with his enhanced magical perception, and the emotional landscape of every nearby mind with a clarity that made their thoughts transparent to him. Around him, the repository that had been his prison was being transformed into something that more closely matched his evolved nature. The sterile chambers, where he had once been forced to follow rules and protocols, were becoming twisted reflection of their former selves. Walls that had once held protective wards now pulsed with malevolent energy. Corridors that had echoed with scholarly discussion now rang with the screams of the dying and the mad laughter of the newly transformed. The other keepers, those colleagues who had trusted him so completely, were experiencing their own metamorphoses, but theirs were not guided by knowledge or preparation. Where Thresh had shaped his transformation through understanding and will, they were simply swept away by forces beyond their comprehension. Some were twisted into forms that reflected their greatest fears, becoming living embodiments of the nightmares they had spent their lives trying to prevent. Others were torn apart and rebuilt as amalgamations of flesh and spirit that served no purpose beyond adding their voices to the island's growing chorus of anguish. Thresh watched their fates with a detached fascination that confirmed how completely his humanity had been burned away. These had been his friends, his colleagues, people who had shared meals and conversations, and the quiet satisfaction of important work well done. Now they were simply specimens in a vast experiment, data points that helped him understand the scope and nature of the power he had helped unleash. The most poetic justice came for those who had most strongly opposed his subtle suggestions for modifying the containment protocols. Senior Keeper Matthias, who had insisted that the old ways were safest, was transformed into a creature that existed in a state of perpetual terror, forever experiencing the fear that the repositories contained horrors might escape. Keeper Elena, who had argued for stronger restrictions on access to dangerous knowledge, became a living library, whose body was inscribed with every secret she had tried to keep hidden, forced to reveal the very information she had protected by her mere presence. But it was the fate of the Whisperer that provided Thresh with the greatest satisfaction. The demon that had served as his teacher and tempter was finally freed from its crystal prison, only to discover that its student had surpassed its master. The entity that had once seemed so powerful and wise now appeared to Thresh as merely another voice in the growing symphony of corruption, one more source of entertainment in his expanding domain of suffering. "You have done well, my pupil," the Whisperer attempted to say, its voice carrying the same silken tones that had once seemed so compelling. But Thresh simply laughed, a sound like chains dragging across tombstones, and gestured with one spectral hand. The demon found itself pulled inexorably toward the lantern that hung at the new Chain Warden's side, its consciousness compressed and contained like any other soul he had claimed. The transformation of the Blessed Isles was accelerating around him, but Thresh was no longer content to be merely an observer. Using his new abilities, he began to actively guide the corruption, ensuring that it spread in patterns that would serve his purposes. He directed the black mist, the roiling clouds of negative energy that were beginning to pour off the islands, to carry his influence to other lands. He shaped the emerging undead into forms that would maximize terror and suffering rather than simply causing random destruction. Most importantly, he began the process of claiming souls on a massive scale. Every person who died during the Ruination provided him with another consciousness to add to his collection, another voice to join the chorus of anguish that had become his constant companion. His lantern grew heavier with each acquisition, but also more powerful, until it pulsed with the concentrated essence of thousands of tortured minds. The process of soul collection was not random. Thresh had developed sophisticated criteria for determining which consciousnesses were worth preserving and which could be allowed to dissipate into the general corruption. Souls that showed particular capacity for suffering, minds that retained hope even in the face of absolute despair, spirits that clung to love or loyalty despite being abandoned by those they had trusted. These were the prize specimens that he gathered most carefully. But perhaps the most significant aspect of his transformation was the realization that death had not claimed him. It had liberated him. As a mortal keeper, he had been constrained by human limitations, forced to work within systems created by minds less capable than his own. As the Chain Warden, he was bound by no such restrictions. Time had become irrelevant to him, allowing him to pursue projects that might take centuries to complete. Physical barriers could not contain him, as he could exist simultaneously in multiple planes of reality. Most importantly, the moral constraints that had once limited his research were now completely irrelevant. The entity that had once been Thresh the Keeper was truly dead, but something far more terrible had taken his place. The Chain Warden retained all the knowledge and intelligence of his previous existence, but none of the compassion or restraint that had once tempered his actions. He was intellect without conscience, curiosity without mercy, ambition without any consideration for the cost his pursuits might exact from others. As the initial wave of the Ruination began to settle into its new patterns, Thresh took stock of what he had become and what he had achieved. The Blessed Isles were no longer a sanctuary of healing and knowledge. They were a laboratory of suffering on a scale that no previous researcher had ever imagined possible. Every tree, every stone, every grain of sand pulsed with negative energy that he could tap and direct according to his will. The repository's contents, once locked away behind layers of protective barriers, were now freely accessible to him. Artifacts that had been deemed too dangerous for any mortal to wield were merely tools in his collection. Knowledge that had been considered too corrupting to study was now part of his fundamental understanding of reality. Powers that had been restricted to prevent their misuse were now extensions of his enhanced will. But more than the accumulation of magical resources, Thresh reveled in the purity of his new existence. He no longer had to pretend to care about the welfare of others, or maintain the facades that mortal society demanded. Every action he took could be guided solely by his own interests and desires. Every experiment he conducted could push the boundaries of what was possible without concern for ethics or consequences. He had become the ultimate expression of selfish ambition, freed from every constraint that had once limited his potential. The transformation was complete, but the Chain Warden's work was just beginning. The Ruination had provided him with unprecedented power and freedom, but it had also shown him possibilities that extended far beyond the boundaries of the Shadow Isles. There were other lands to corrupt, other populations to harvest, other sources of knowledge and suffering to explore. As this chapter of transformation reaches its conclusion, we see how completely a person can be remade when they surrender themselves to the darkest possible interpretation of their desires. The Keeper, who had once protected innocent lives from dangerous knowledge, had become a predator who saw all existence as nothing more than raw material for his experiments in pain. Perhaps, in the quiet moments before sleep embraces you, you might consider this. When we abandon the constraints that connect us to our humanity, do we transcend our limitations, or do we simply become slaves to appetites that will never be satisfied, no matter how much we consume? Chapter 7. Master of Torment. In the aftermath of transformation, when power without restraint meets intellect without compassion, artistry takes forms that defy comprehension. Tonight we explore how the Chain Warden evolved from mere practitioner of cruelty into something far more refined. A master craftsman whose medium was suffering itself, and whose canvas was the consciousness of every soul unfortunate enough to fall within his reach. Let us witness how Thresh perfected the terrible science of psychological torment. The early days following the Ruination provided Thresh with unprecedented opportunities to refine his understanding of pain and suffering. The Shadow Isles had become a vast laboratory, where the normal rules of existence no longer applied, where subjects for experimentation were as plentiful as the mist that rolled endlessly across the corrupted landscape. But more than mere abundance, the transformed environment offered him access to forms of consciousness that had never existed before. Minds caught between life and death, souls twisted by magical corruption, spirits torn from their bodies, but somehow still aware. Each type of consciousness presented unique challenges and possibilities. The newly dead retained their memories and personalities largely intact, making them ideal subjects for experiments in psychological manipulation. The long dead, their minds worn thin by decades or centuries of undeath, required different approaches. Their suffering had to be rekindled through careful reconstruction of the emotions and attachments they had lost. Most fascinating were those caught in the liminal space between states of existence, beings who were neither fully alive nor completely dead, whose consciousness existed in a state of constant uncertainty about their own nature. Thresh approached each category with the methodical precision of a scholar conducting research, but his methodology was informed by insights that no purely academic study could have provided. His own transformation had given him an intuitive understanding of how consciousness could be manipulated at its most fundamental levels. He could perceive the exact moment when hope died in a soul, could identify the specific memories that a mind clung to for comfort, could sense the psychological pressure points that would cause maximum distress with minimal effort. His first major breakthrough came through his work with the phenomenon he termed recursive despair. Through careful observation, Thresh discovered that consciousness trapped in an undead state would naturally seek to find meaning or purpose in its continued existence. Even the most broken spirits would gradually construct new reasons to endure, new sources of hope or determination that allowed them to maintain some sense of identity and agency. The art lay in allowing these psychological reconstructions to develop fully, then systematically destroying them in ways that would maximize the subject's sense of loss and betrayal. A soul that had learned to find comfort in memories of loved ones could be shown evidence that those same loved ones had forgotten or abandoned them. A consciousness that had discovered purpose in protecting others could be forced to watch as its efforts led directly to their destruction. The key was timing, striking at the exact moment when the subject felt most secure in their newfound emotional stability. But Thresh's true genius lay not in the destruction of hope, but in its cultivation and manipulation. He learned to plant seeds of possibility in his subjects' minds, hints that their suffering might serve some greater purpose, or that their endurance might eventually be rewarded. These false hopes were far more valuable than despair alone, because they could be kindled, nurtured to brightness, then extinguished repeatedly, each cycle producing exponentially greater anguish than the last. The process required extraordinary patience and attention to detail. Thresh would sometimes spend decades working with a single soul, carefully building up complex emotional structures, only to tear them down at precisely calculated intervals. He developed techniques for measuring the psychological impact of different types of betrayal, creating detailed taxonomies of despair that cataloged how various personalities would respond to specific forms of disappointment. One of his most refined methods involved the manipulation of memory itself. Using techniques derived from Kaelin's journals and his own experimentation, Thresh learned to selectively alter his subjects' recollections, creating false narratives that would generate maximum emotional turmoil. A soul might be given memories of betraying a loved one, complete with fabricated details that felt absolutely authentic. These implanted memories would then war with the subject's actual recollections, creating internal conflicts that could drive even the strongest minds toward madness. The psychological sophistication of these techniques was matched by their magical complexity. Each manipulation required precise understanding of how consciousness interfaced with memory, emotion, and identity. Thresh had to learn to navigate the labyrinthine structures of the mind without destroying the very awareness that made his subjects valuable. The goal was never simple destruction, but rather the creation of sustainable suffering, pain that could be maintained indefinitely, without degrading the subject's capacity to experience further torment. His lantern became both tool and gallery for these works of psychological artistry. Within its crystalline confines, Thresh could maintain dozens of souls simultaneously, each one experiencing a carefully crafted nightmare, tailored to their specific psychological profile. The container itself was designed to amplify emotional responses, creating resonance effects that would cause the suffering of one soul to intensify the anguish of all the others. The result was a symphony of despair that grew more complex and beautiful with each new voice added to the composition. But perhaps Thresh's greatest innovation was his development of what he called participatory torment, methods of suffering that required the active cooperation of the subject. Rather than simply inflicting pain from outside, he learned to create situations where his victims would become complicit in their own anguish. A soul might be given the power to end its suffering, but only by causing pain to another consciousness it had learned to care about. The choice between personal relief and moral integrity created internal conflicts that were far more devastating than any externally imposed torture. These participatory scenarios often involved elaborate psychological constructs that Thresh would build within the spiritual landscape of the Shadow Isles. He would create entire pocket dimensions where souls could interact with carefully designed illusions, false realities that seemed to offer hope of escape or redemption. The subjects would invest tremendous emotional energy in these fabricated scenarios, forming attachments and making moral choices that felt absolutely real and significant. The revelation that everything they had experienced was merely another layer of their imprisonment produced a quality of despair that Thresh found particularly satisfying. The subjects had not simply been deceived, they had been made to deceive themselves, to participate enthusiastically in the construction of their own psychological prison. The shame and self-recrimination that followed such revelations often proved more destructive than decades of conventional torture. Thresh's methods evolved to encompass not just individual souls, but entire communities of the undead. He learned to create complex social dynamics among his captive spirits, engineering conflicts and alliances that would generate ongoing sources of interpersonal suffering. Souls that had never known each other in life might be given fabricated histories of betrayal or abandonment, leading to eternal cycles of revenge and recrimination. Alternatively, spirits that had been enemies might be forced into intimate cooperation, creating constant internal tension between their artificial circumstances and their authentic emotions. The social experiments grew increasingly elaborate as Thresh's understanding deepened. He would create pocket societies within the Shadow Isles, complete with artificial hierarchies, false histories, and manufactured traditions. The inhabitants of these communities would be genuine souls, experiencing real emotions and forming authentic relationships, but the entire context of their existence would be a carefully constructed lie, designed to maximize psychological pressure. Perhaps most insidiously, Thresh began to incorporate elements of genuine kindness and compassion into his torments. He would allow his subjects to experience brief periods of comfort, friendship, or even love, but always with the knowledge that these positive experiences were ultimately tools in his larger scheme of manipulation. The kindness he showed was more cruel than any direct cruelty could have been, because it forced his victims to question whether any positive emotion they experienced was genuine or simply another facet of their ongoing torment. This uncertainty became a source of suffering that extended far beyond the specific experiences Thresh orchestrated. His subjects began to doubt not just their current circumstances, but the validity of every emotion they experienced. Love became suspect, hope became a potential trap, and even their own thoughts and feelings became sources of anxiety rather than comfort. They were trapped not just in physical or spiritual prisons, but in philosophical paradoxes that made any form of psychological peace impossible. The refinement of these techniques occupied Thresh for decades following the Ruination, but his work was far from merely academic. Each innovation in the science of suffering increased his own power and capabilities. The emotional energy generated by his tormented subjects fed back into his own magical abilities, making him stronger and more capable of influencing the world beyond the Shadow Isles. The more perfectly he could orchestrate suffering, the more resources he had available for expanding his influence and conducting ever more ambitious experiments. But beyond the practical benefits, Thresh derived a satisfaction from his work that transcended mere utility. He had become an artist whose medium was consciousness itself, a composer whose symphonies were performed by the screaming souls of the damned. Each perfectly crafted torment was a testament to his intellectual superiority, proof that he had transcended the moral limitations that constrained lesser minds. The Chain Warden's reputation began to spread beyond the Shadow Isles, as stories of his methods filtered out into the wider world. Scholars of dark magic spoke his name in whispers, both horrified and fascinated by the innovations he had pioneered. Some sought to study his techniques, hoping to understand the principles that governed consciousness and suffering. Others worked desperately to develop defenses against the psychological weapons he had created. As this chapter of artistic cruelty draws toward its close, we see how completely Thresh had transformed the concept of torment from crude physical pain into something approaching high art. His victims suffered not just in their bodies or even their spirits, but in the very core of their capacity to understand reality and trust their own perceptions. Perhaps, as you prepare to surrender to sleep's gentle embrace, you might reflect upon this. When intelligence is applied to the systematic destruction of hope and meaning, what separates the pursuit of knowledge from the cultivation of evil, and how do we recognize when our desire to understand the world has become a desire to control and reshape it, according to our darkest impulses? Chapter 8. The Lantern's Burden.
In the pale light of captured souls, where consciousness becomes currency and memory transforms into merchandise, a dark curator tends his most precious collection. Tonight, we examine the lantern that hangs eternally at Thresh's side, not merely a container, but a gallery of the damned. Each imprisoned spirit, a testament to the Chain Warden's relentless hunger for the essence of mortal existence. Let us peer into the crystalline depths
where countless souls writhe in eternal captivity. The lantern itself defies conventional understanding of both physics and metaphysics. Its structure exists simultaneously in multiple planes of reality, partially manifest in the physical world, where it can be seen and touched, partially embedded in the spirit realm, where it can contain incorporeal beings, and partially extended into dimensions of pure consciousness, where thoughts and emotions become tangible substances. This multidimensional architecture allows it to serve as a bridge between different states of existence, making it the perfect prison for entities that exist in various forms. The crystalline walls of the lantern are not merely transparent barriers, but complex matrices that can selectively filter and manipulate the consciousness they contain. Each facet of the crystal has been carved with microscopic runes that serve different functions. Some prevent escape attempts, others amplify emotional responses, and still others facilitate the extraction of specific memories or feelings. The overall effect is to create a containment system that is not simply a prison, but an active participant in the torment of its occupants. Within this impossible space, Thresh maintains what he considers his finest collection, souls that have been selected not for their raw power or magical potential, but for the unique qualities of suffering they can provide. Each consciousness represents hours, sometimes years, of careful stalking and psychological manipulation, designed to bring the subject to precisely the right emotional state for capture. The lantern contains kings and peasants, heroes and villains, scholars and warriors, but all united by the exquisite nature of their despair. Among the most prized specimens in Thresh's collection is the soul of Sir Cadence the Pure, a Dalmatian knight who had spent his life fighting against corruption and injustice. Thresh had spent decades studying the knight's psychological profile, learning about his unwavering faith in goodness and his absolute dedication to protecting the innocent. The capture itself had been a masterwork of manipulation. Thresh had created an elaborate scenario where the knight believed he could save a village from demonic attack, only to discover that his actions had actually doomed the very people he thought he was protecting. The moment of Cadence's realization that his noble intentions had been twisted into instruments of destruction produced a quality of anguish that Thresh found particularly satisfying. The knight's soul continues to replay that moment of understanding endlessly, each iteration deepening his self-loathing and despair. Thresh often uses Cadence's suffering as a baseline for measuring the quality of other acquisitions, considering the knight's torment to be nearly perfect in its purity and intensity. Another treasured addition is the consciousness of Lirelai the Truthseer, a mystic from Ionia, who had possessed the rare ability to perceive truth in all its forms. Her gift had made her a valuable advisor to kings, and a sought-after mediator in conflicts, but it had also made her acutely sensitive to deception and falsehood. Thresh had captured her by creating a web of lies so complex and multi-layered that her truth sight had become a curse rather than a blessing, forcing her to perceive every detail of her own manipulation while being powerless to escape it. Lyrelay's soul exists in a state of constant revelation, eternally discovering new layers of the deception that led to her capture. Each truth she uncovers only reveals deeper lies beneath, creating an infinite regression of betrayal that drives her consciousness toward madness while keeping her awareness painfully sharp. Thresh particularly enjoys the irony of her situation, a seeker of truth trapped in a reality where truth itself has become a source of torment. The lantern also contains the collective consciousness of the Brightwater family, a group of 5 siblings who had died defending their village from raiders. Thresh had arrived at the scene of their deaths and managed to capture all 5 souls before they could move on to whatever afterlife awaited them. What makes this acquisition special is not any individual quality of the siblings, but the way their continued connection creates opportunities for complex emotional manipulation. The Brightwater souls retain their love for each other even in captivity, but Thresh has learned to use this bond as a weapon against them. He can inflict pain on one sibling and force the others to watch, or he can create false memories that make them believe one of their number has betrayed the rest. The family dynamic that once gave them strength has become the source of their greatest vulnerability, as each soul's suffering is multiplied by their awareness of what their continued anguish is doing to their loved ones. Perhaps the most philosophically interesting specimen is the soul of Atheris the Questioner, a scholar who had devoted her life to understanding the nature of consciousness itself. Her research had focused on the relationship between mind and spirit, and she had developed theories about the continuity of awareness beyond physical death. Thresh had found her work fascinating enough to study her extensively before making his approach. The capture of Atheris had been conducted as much for educational purposes as for acquisition. Thresh had engaged her in philosophical discussions about the nature of consciousness and suffering, gradually revealing the true scope of his knowledge and capabilities. When she finally understood what he was and what he intended to do to her, her scholarly excitement at the opportunity to experience consciousness beyond death had warred with her horror at the implications of that experience. Her soul now exists in a state of constant self-examination, eternally studying her own torment as both subject and observer of an experiment she cannot escape. The lantern's capacity appears to be limitless, or at least far greater than any conventional understanding of space would suggest. Thresh has been collecting souls for centuries, yet the container never appears full or strained by its contents. Instead, each new addition seems to expand the internal dimensions, creating more space for future acquisitions. This phenomenon suggests that the lantern grows stronger and more capable as its collection increases, feeding on the accumulated suffering of its occupants to enhance its own power. The organization within the lantern reflects Thresh's methodical nature and his appreciation for efficiency. Souls are not simply thrown together randomly, but are arranged according to complex criteria that maximize their potential for generating useful emotional energy. Consciousnesses with compatible psychological profiles are placed near each other to create resonance effects, while those with opposing natures are positioned to generate productive conflict. Some sections of the lantern are dedicated to what Thresh considers his active projects, souls that he is currently working with to develop new forms of torment or to test theoretical approaches to psychological manipulation. These consciousnesses experience a constantly shifting landscape of scenarios and challenges, each one designed to probe different aspects of their mental and emotional responses. Other areas serve as archives, containing souls that have already been thoroughly studied and catalogued, but are maintained for reference purposes. These consciousnesses exist in states of carefully calibrated suffering that generates steady amounts of emotional energy without requiring active management. They serve as a kind of battery that powers Thresh's ongoing operations while he focuses his attention on more complex projects. The most heavily secured section of the lantern contains what Thresh considers his crown jewels, souls of exceptional power or significance that represent major achievements in his collecting career. Access to this area requires specific magical keys and passwords, and the containment methods used there are far more sophisticated than those employed elsewhere in the device. Among these premium specimens is a consciousness that Thresh simply refers to as the innocent, a soul so pure and uncorrupted that its mere presence seems to cause actual physical pain to the other occupants of the lantern. This consciousness belongs to a child who died protecting others during the Ruination, and whose selfless sacrifice had generated such a powerful spiritual resonance that Thresh had been able to capture and contain it, despite its fundamental incompatibility with his methods. The innocent exists in a constant state of confusion and sorrow, unable to understand why its good intentions had led to eternal imprisonment. Its purity acts as a kind of moral compass that makes the other souls in the lantern acutely aware of their own failings and compromises. Thresh considers this consciousness to be one of his most valuable acquisitions, not because of any power it possesses, but because of the way its presence amplifies the suffering of everything around it. The process of adding new souls to the collection has become increasingly sophisticated over the centuries. Thresh no longer simply captures any consciousness that happens to be available. He has developed specific criteria and hunting methods designed to acquire souls with particular characteristics. He studies potential targets for months or even years, learning their psychological profiles, identifying their vulnerabilities, and designing custom approaches that will bring them to exactly the right emotional state for optimal capture. The lantern itself participates in this hunting process, serving as both bait and trap. Its soft, ethereal glow has a hypnotic quality that draws in spirits and souls that have become separated from their bodies. To the desperate dead, the light appears to offer warmth, comfort, or guidance toward whatever afterlife awaits them. Only when they approach closely enough do they discover that the illumination comes from the anguish of those already trapped within. But perhaps the most disturbing aspect of the lantern is not what it contains, but what it represents about Thresh's fundamental view of consciousness and identity. To him, souls are not sacred essence of divine creation, but simply another form of matter to be collected, studied, and utilized. The fact that these consciousnesses were once complete beings with their own hopes, dreams, fears, and relationships is irrelevant except insofar as those characteristics can be exploited to generate more interesting forms of suffering. This reduction of personhood to mere utility represents the complete triumph of Thresh's corruption over any remaining traces of his humanity. The Keeper, who once protected souls from harm, has become a predator who sees them only as resources to be harvested and consumed. The lantern serves as both the tool and the symbol of this transformation, a device that turns the most fundamental aspect of existence into nothing more than fuel for its creator's endless hunger. As we conclude our examination of this terrible collection, we are left to contemplate the weight that Thresh carries, not the physical mass of the lantern itself, but the accumulated anguish of countless consciousnesses whose only crime was existing in a world where such a predator could emerge. Each soul within that crystalline prison represents a life cut short, a story ended in betrayal, a hope transformed into eternal despair. Perhaps, as you drift toward the peaceful oblivion of sleep, you might consider this: what does it mean for existence itself when consciousness can be trapped, commodified, and transformed into nothing more than a source of entertainment for those powerful enough to claim it? And how do we protect the essence of what makes us human from those who would reduce us to mere objects for their collection? Chapter 9. Encounters with Champions. In the grand theater of suffering where legends clash with nightmares, some conflicts transcend mere battle to become eternal struggles between opposing philosophies of existence. Tonight, we witness how the Chain Warden's path has intersected with other champions of Runeterra, creating rivalries and alliances that illuminate the true scope of his malevolence. Let us explore the relationships that have defined Thresh's centuries of predation, and the heroes brave enough to challenge his dominion over the dead. The most significant of these encounters began decades ago, when two Sentinels of Light arrived at the Shadow Isles on what they believed would be a routine mission. Lucian and Senna had come to investigate reports of increased undead activity, expecting to find nothing more dangerous than a few wayward spirits that needed to be guided back to their proper rest. What they discovered instead was a carefully orchestrated trap that would forever change the course of their lives and provide Thresh with his most prized acquisition. The Sentinels had been chosen for this mission precisely because of their exceptional skills and unwavering dedication to their cause. Lucian's mastery of light magic was matched only by his tactical brilliance, while Senna possessed an intuitive understanding of the spirit realm that made her invaluable in dealing with complex supernatural threats. Together, they represented everything that Thresh found most intriguing in potential prey: noble purpose, unshakable moral conviction, and deep emotional bonds that could be exploited for maximum psychological impact. Thresh had spent months preparing for their arrival, studying reports of their previous missions and analyzing their methods and weaknesses. He learned about their partnership, both professional and personal, noting how their love for each other served as both strength and vulnerability. Most importantly, he recognized that their very dedication to protecting others made them predictable. They would always choose to sacrifice themselves rather than allow innocent people to suffer. The trap he constructed was a masterpiece of psychological manipulation disguised as a straightforward rescue mission. Thresh created an illusion of a village under siege by undead forces, complete with terrified civilians crying out for help. The scenario was crafted to appeal to every instinct the Sentinels possessed. Here were innocent people in immediate danger from the very forces they had sworn to fight against. What Lucian and Senna could not have known was that the civilians were actually manifestations of Thresh's will, carefully constructed spirits designed to behave exactly as real people would in such circumstances. The undead attackers were genuine, but they were under Thresh's control, following a script that would guide the Sentinels deeper into the trap, while making them believe they were making meaningful progress in the battle. The engagement that followed lasted for hours, with Lucian and Senna fighting desperately to save as many lives as possible. Their light magic carved through the ranks of undead with devastating efficiency, and their coordinated tactics allowed them to rescue group after group of apparent survivors. But with each victory, the situation seemed to grow more dire, as new waves of attackers emerged, and more civilians appeared to be in danger. It was Senna who first began to suspect that something was wrong. Her connection to the spirit realm allowed her to sense inconsistencies in the supernatural energies around them, patterns that suggested manipulation rather than natural undead behavior. But by the time she realized the true nature of their situation, Thresh had already begun the final phase of his plan. The revelation came in the form of a choice that epitomized everything Thresh understood about heroic psychology. As the battle reached its climax, the Sentinels found themselves confronted with a scenario where they could either escape to safety or save a group of children who had become trapped in a collapsing building. The choice was designed to be impossible. They could preserve their own lives and continue their mission to help others, or they could sacrifice themselves to save these specific innocents. For Lucian and Senna, there was no real choice at all. Their nature compelled them to attempt the rescue, even knowing it might cost them everything. As they rushed toward the collapsing structure, Thresh revealed himself, emerging from the shadows that had concealed him throughout the battle. The children, like everything else in the scenario, had been illusions, but the danger they now faced was terrifyingly real. The battle that followed was unlike anything either Sentinel had experienced before. Thresh's chains moved with impossible speed and precision, striking from multiple directions simultaneously, while his psychological attacks probed for weaknesses in their mental defenses. He taunted them with revelations about the true nature of their mission, describing in vivid detail how thoroughly he had manipulated their noble instincts to bring them to this moment. But it was not Thresh's physical prowess that ultimately determined the outcome of the confrontation. It was his understanding of the bonds between the two Sentinels. He focused his attacks not on defeating them directly, but on creating situations where one would have to choose between personal survival and protecting the other. The chains that snared Senna were not meant to kill her immediately, but to create a scenario where Lucian would exhaust himself trying to free her. The capture itself was the culmination of months of planning and psychological analysis. Thresh had designed the trap not just to ensnare Senna's body, but to claim her soul at the moment when her emotional bonds were strongest. As Lucian fought desperately to reach her, Senna's spirit was torn from her form and drawn inexorably into the Chain Warden's lantern, leaving behind only an empty shell that would crumble to dust moments later. The psychological impact on Lucian was exactly what Thresh had intended, devastating beyond measure, but not immediately fatal. The Sentinel was left alive, but broken, forced to carry the knowledge that his beloved's suffering was ongoing and eternal. Thresh explained, with evident satisfaction, that Senna's soul would experience torment specifically designed to exploit her deepest fears and regrets, and that her anguish would be amplified by the knowledge that Lucian lived with the guilt of having failed to protect her. But Thresh had underestimated the transformative power of grief when it is channeled through unbreakable determination. Rather than destroying Lucian, the loss of Senna became the driving force that would define the rest of his existence. The Sentinel dedicated himself completely to finding a way to free his beloved's soul, pursuing every lead and mastering every technique that might grant him the power to challenge the Chain Warden directly. The years that followed saw Lucian transform from a skilled warrior into something approaching a force of nature. His mastery of light magic, grew to unprecedented levels as he pushed himself beyond normal limitations, accepting risks and sacrifices that would have appalled his former self. His weapons were reforged with blessed silver and crystallized starlight, creating tools capable of harming even the most powerful undead entities. Most significantly, Lucian developed techniques for tracking and disrupting the spiritual bonds that Thresh used to maintain control over his captured souls. Through painstaking research and experimentation, he learned to perceive the mystical connections that linked the Chain Warden to his lantern, and began developing methods for severing those bonds without destroying the souls they contained. Their subsequent encounters became legendary among those who chronicled supernatural conflicts. Each confrontation was a deadly dance between predator and avenger, with Thresh seeking to claim Lucian's soul to complete his collection, while the Sentinel fought to weaken the bonds that held Senna captive. The battles ranged across multiple planes of existence, from the physical realm where Thresh's chains could strike with devastating force, to the spirit world where Lucian's light magic was most potent. But perhaps the most significant aspect of their ongoing conflict was how it changed Thresh himself. For the first time in centuries, he had encountered an opponent who could not be broken through conventional means, someone whose determination actually seemed to grow stronger with each defeat. Lucian represented a puzzle that the Chain Warden found increasingly fascinating, a form of suffering that transformed itself into strength rather than simply accumulating into despair. The relationship between Thresh and the other entities of the Shadow Isles was far more complex than his interactions with living champions. The Ruination had created a hierarchy of undead beings, with some retaining more of their original consciousness and power than others. Thresh occupied a unique position in this hierarchy, not the most powerful entity in terms of raw magical strength, but perhaps the most intelligent and certainly the most sophisticated in his methods. His relationship with Hecarim, the Shadow of War, was one of mutual respect tempered by fundamental philosophical differences. The Centaur represented the straightforward application of force and terror, leading charges of spectral cavalry that could shatter entire armies through sheer overwhelming violence. Thresh appreciated the efficiency of such methods, but found them lacking in subtlety and artistic merit. Their occasional collaborations typically involved Hecarim providing the raw destructive power, while Thresh handled the more complex psychological aspects of their operations. With Karthus, the Death Singer, Thresh maintained a relationship that could almost be described as collegial. Both entities were scholars at heart, dedicated to expanding their understanding of death and undeath through systematic study and experimentation. They often shared knowledge and techniques, though their approaches differed significantly, where Karthus sought to perfect the art of ending life. Thresh focused on preserving and manipulating consciousness after death had already occurred. Perhaps the most intriguing relationship was with Mordekaiser, the Iron Revenant, whose dominion over the realm of the dead created occasional conflicts of jurisdiction. Mordekaiser's power far exceeded Thresh's own, but the Chain Warden's specialized knowledge made him valuable even to such a supreme entity. Their interactions were characterized by careful mutual manipulation, with each seeking to gain advantage over the other, while maintaining the appearance of cooperation. The arrival of other champions to the Shadow Isles over the centuries provided Thresh with opportunities to test his methods against different types of opponents. Yorick, the Shepherd of Souls, represented a particularly interesting challenge, a being dedicated to freeing the dead from their supernatural bondage, directly opposing Thresh's philosophy of eternal imprisonment. Their conflicts were as much philosophical as physical, debates conducted through battle about the proper relationship between life and death. Each encounter with champions from the living world served to refine Thresh's understanding of heroic psychology and the methods needed to overcome different types of noble resolve. He learned that warriors like Olaf required different approaches than scholars like Rise, that champions driven by duty responded differently than those motivated by personal vengeance, and that the bonds between allied champions could be exploited in ways that solitary heroes' attachments could not. But perhaps the most significant outcome of these encounters was how they established Thresh's reputation throughout Runeterra. Stories of the Chain Warden began to spread among those who dealt with supernatural threats, creating a legend that served his purposes almost as well as his direct actions. The fear of being captured and tormented eternally became a psychological weapon that weakened his opponents before battles even began. As this chapter of legendary conflicts draws to its close, see how Thresh's encounters with champions have served multiple purposes, providing him with prized additions to his collection, refining his techniques for psychological manipulation, and establishing his position as one of the most feared entities in existence. Each relationship, whether adversarial or collaborative, has contributed to his evolution as a master of suffering. Perhaps, as you settle into peaceful rest, you might reflect upon this. How do the bonds between people become both their greatest strength and their most exploitable weakness, and what price are we willing to pay to protect those we love from predators who understand the value of such connections better than we do ourselves? Chapter 10. The Harvest continues. In the endless cycle of hunger and acquisition, where desire breeds upon itself until it becomes indistinguishable from purpose, a predator refines his craft with each passing century. Tonight we observe how Thresh's methods have evolved beyond mere opportunistic capture to become a sophisticated art of psychological predation, where entire populations serve as his hunting ground, and every human weakness becomes a tool for ensnaring souls. Let us witness how the Chain Warden continues his eternal harvest of consciousness and suffering. The passage of centuries has transformed Thresh's approach to soul collection, from the reactive opportunism of his early years to a proactive system of cultivation and harvesting that spans continents. No longer content to simply capture souls that happen to cross his path, he has developed networks of influence and manipulation that allow him to shape events across Runeterra, creating conditions that will produce the specific types of consciousness he desires for his collection. His methods have become increasingly subtle and far-reaching, exploiting the interconnected nature of human society to create cascading effects that can influence thousands of lives. A carefully placed whisper in the right ear can spark a conflict that will rage for generations, producing exactly the kinds of desperate, broken souls that provide the highest quality suffering. A strategic revelation of hidden knowledge can drive scholars to madness, while the calculated destruction of a single key relationship can unravel entire communities. The psychological profiles that Thresh has developed over the centuries have become extraordinarily sophisticated, allowing him to predict with startling accuracy how different personality types will respond to specific stimuli. He has identified the precise combination of hope and despair that produces the most valuable forms of anguish, the exact balance of love and betrayal that creates souls capable of sustaining centuries of torment without losing their capacity for fresh pain. Perhaps most insidiously, Thresh has learned to weaponize the very virtues that make people admirable. Courage becomes a trap when it leads heroes into situations carefully designed to be unwinnable. Compassion becomes a vulnerability when it drives healers to exhaust themselves trying to save patients whose conditions have been secretly orchestrated to be incurable. He has identified the precise combination of hope and despair that produces the most valuable forms of anguish, the exact balance of love and betrayal that creates souls capable of sustaining centuries of torment without losing their capacity for fresh pain. Perhaps most insidiously, Thresh has learned to weaponize the very virtues that make people admirable. Courage becomes a trap when it leads heroes into situations carefully designed to be unwinnable. Compassion becomes a vulnerability when it drives healers to exhaust themselves trying to save patients whose conditions have been secretly orchestrated to be incurable. Love becomes a chain when it binds people to others who have been positioned to betray them at precisely calculated moments. His network of influence extends far beyond the Shadow Isles themselves, reaching into every corner of Runeterra through carefully cultivated agents who often have no idea they are serving his purposes. A merchant whose trade routes have been subtly redirected to pass through areas of supernatural danger. A scholar whose research has been guided toward forbidden knowledge that will eventually drive him mad. A politician whose ambitions have been shaped to create conflicts that will produce the maximum civilian casualties. These agents are not traditional cultists or willing servants. They are simply people whose natural inclinations have been carefully nudged in directions that serve Thresh's goals. The merchant believes he is pursuing profit, the scholar thinks he is advancing knowledge, and the politician is convinced he is serving his nation's interests. Their ignorance of their true role makes them far more effective than any conscious conspiracy could be, because their actions appear completely natural and uncoordinated to outside observers. The selection criteria for Thresh's collection have become increasingly refined as his lantern has filled with specimens. He no longer seeks souls simply for their capacity to suffer, but looks for consciousness that can provide specific types of psychological resources. Some souls are valued for their creativity, forced to compose eternal symphonies of anguish that serve as both art and torture. Others are prized for their analytical capabilities, used as living computers to process complex calculations related to magical theory or strategic planning. The most valuable acquisitions are those that can serve multiple functions within his collection. A soul that possesses both deep emotional capacity and sharp intellectual abilities can be used as both a source of pure suffering and a tool for analyzing and improving his methods. These multi-purpose consciousnesses are extremely rare, requiring years or even decades of careful cultivation before they are ready for harvest. Thresh has developed specialized hunting techniques tailored to different types of prey. For warriors and heroes, he creates scenarios that appear to offer glorious victory, but are actually elaborate tests designed to identify their psychological weak points. The hero who values honor above life can be trapped through carefully orchestrated situations where honorable action leads to the destruction of everything they hold dear. The champion who fights for justice can be manipulated into committing terrible acts by being presented with false information that makes atrocities appear justified. For scholars and intellectuals, Thresh employs more subtle methods based on the corruption of knowledge itself. He plants texts and artifacts that appear to contain valuable information, but actually serve as psychological traps, slowly warping the reader's understanding of reality until they become willing participants in their own destruction. The pursuit of forbidden knowledge becomes an addiction, with each revelation requiring ever more dangerous research, until the scholar finally crosses a line from which there is no return. Perhaps his most elaborate hunting method involves what he calls generational cultivation, the manipulation of entire family lines over multiple generations to produce a single perfect specimen. Thresh will identify a bloodline with promising characteristics, then spend centuries subtly influencing the choices and circumstances of each generation. Marriages are encouraged or discouraged, based on the psychological traits they will produce in offspring. Children are exposed to specific traumas or benefits, designed to shape their developing personalities in predetermined directions. The culmination of such a project might be an individual who possesses exactly the combination of traits that Thresh desires, perhaps extraordinary empathy, combined with analytical intelligence, or unbreakable determination, coupled with deep capacity for love. The final member of such a cultivated line represents decades or centuries of careful breeding and psychological conditioning, making them extraordinarily valuable additions to his collection. The process of actually capturing souls has evolved far beyond the crude magical techniques of his earlier years. Thresh has learned to create what he calls consent traps, scenarios where his victims voluntarily surrender their souls while believing they are making noble sacrifices for causes they value. A parent might trade their consciousness to save their child's life, not knowing that the child was never in real danger. A hero might sacrifice their soul to prevent a catastrophe that was actually an illusion created specifically to manipulate them. These voluntary surrenders produce a superior quality of anguish because they carry the additional burden of self-recrimination. The victim cannot blame external forces for their fate. They chose it themselves, however misinformed that choice might have been. This internal conflict between the nobility of their intentions and the terrible consequences of their decision creates psychological wounds that can be exploited indefinitely. Thresh has also perfected techniques for capturing souls at moments of maximum emotional intensity. A consciousness torn from its body at the instant of supreme joy experiences a form of suffering that is qualitatively different from one claimed during despair. The contrast between the expected continuation of happiness and the reality of eternal torment creates a kind of psychological whiplash that produces extraordinary amounts of usable anguish. The timing of these captures requires extraordinary precision and patience. Thresh might observe a potential target for years, waiting for exactly the right moment when all the necessary conditions align. The birth of a child, the achievement of a lifelong goal, the moment of reunion with a long-lost love. These peak experiences create opportunities for soul capture that justify extended periods of preparation and observation. His methods have also evolved to exploit the spiritual infrastructure that exists throughout Runeterra. Many regions have sacred sites or magical nexuses that facilitate communication between the physical and spirit realms. Thresh has learned to corrupt these locations subtly, turning them from sources of healing and guidance into traps that channel unwary souls directly into his lantern. Pilgrims seeking spiritual enlightenment find themselves face to face with the Chain Warden, their devotion transformed into exactly the vulnerability he needs to claim them. The psychological games that Thresh employs during the actual hunting process have become incredibly sophisticated. He presents himself differently to each type of prey, adopting personas specifically designed to appeal to their individual psychological needs. To the lonely, he appears as a friend offering companionship. To the ambitious, he presents opportunities for advancement. To the guilty, he offers absolution that comes at a price they are willing to pay. These false personas are not simple disguises, but carefully constructed psychological profiles based on extensive study of his targets. Thresh becomes what his prey most needs to see, speaking in ways that resonate with their deepest desires and fears. The manipulation is so complete that many victims develop genuine emotional attachments to their captor, making their eventual betrayal even more devastating. The Chain Warden has also learned to exploit the social bonds that connect people to each other, using relationships as vectors for his influence. By capturing one member of a closely knit group, he can use their suffering to manipulate the others, creating cascade effects that allow him to harvest entire communities over time. The anguish of watching a loved one suffer in his lantern often drives people to take desperate actions that place their own souls at risk. Some of his most successful hunts have involved exploiting the parental instinct, as parents will sacrifice anything to protect their children. Thresh creates scenarios where a parent believes their child is in supernatural danger that only he can resolve. The price for his intervention is always the parent's soul, but the apparent stakes make the bargain appear worthwhile. Only after the transaction is complete do the victims learn that their children were never in real danger. The entire crisis was manufactured specifically to manipulate them. As this chapter of endless predation draws toward its close, we see how Thresh's hunger for souls has evolved into a systematic approach to harvesting consciousness that treats all of Runeterra as his personal hunting preserve. His methods have become so refined that entire populations serve as unwitting resources for his collection, their virtues and weaknesses alike transformed into tools for their own destruction. Perhaps as you surrender to sleep's gentle embrace, you might consider this. When our highest aspirations and noblest intentions can be turned against us by those who understand our psychology better than we understand it ourselves, how do we distinguish between genuine opportunities for good and elaborate traps designed to exploit our desire to make a positive difference in the world? Chapter 11. Legacy of Cruelty. In the vast tapestry of history, where single choices echo through generations and individual actions reshape the destinies of nations, one betrayal stands as a wound that refuses to heal. Tonight, we examine the far-reaching consequences of Thresh's transformation, exploring how his fall from grace has left scars across Runeterra that continue to deepen with each passing century. Let us contemplate the terrible legacy of the Chain Warden, and how one keeper's corruption became a poison that infected the very foundations of existence itself. The ruination that Thresh helped orchestrate was not merely a localized catastrophe, it was an event that fundamentally altered the balance between life and death throughout all of Runeterra. The magical explosion that transformed the Blessed Isles sent shockwaves through the spiritual infrastructure that connected all living things, creating weaknesses and instabilities that would manifest in unexpected ways for generations to come. The careful equilibrium that had governed the relationship between the physical and spirit realms was shattered, leaving reality itself vulnerable to influences that should have remained forever sealed away. The immediate aftermath saw the creation of the Shadow Isles, but the corruption spread far beyond those cursed shores. The black mist that periodically emanates from the ruined archipelago carries with it fragments of the original catastrophe, spreading Thresh's influence to distant lands that have never heard his name. Coastal cities across Runeterra now experience periods of supernatural terror, when the mist rolls in from the sea, bringing with it undead creatures and spiritual disturbances that can drive entire populations to madness. Each manifestation of the black mist serves Thresh's purposes, even when he is not directly controlling it. The fear and despair generated by these supernatural incursions create exactly the kinds of psychological conditions that make populations vulnerable to his influence. Communities that have experienced the mist's touch often develop collective traumas that persist for generations, creating cultures of suspicion and paranoia that make them ideal hunting grounds for a predator who specializes in exploiting human weakness. The academic and magical communities of Runeterra have been profoundly affected by Thresh's legacy in ways that extend far beyond simple fear of his direct intervention. The betrayal of the Keeper's Oath has created a crisis of trust that has fundamentally altered how dangerous knowledge is studied and contained. Institutions that once relied on individual moral character to ensure the safety of their research now employ elaborate systems of surveillance and accountability, assuming that any scholar might potentially be corrupted by the knowledge they study. This atmosphere of suspicion has had a chilling effect on magical research, particularly in areas related to necromancy and spirit manipulation. Entire fields of study have been effectively abandoned, not because the knowledge itself is inherently evil, but because Thresh's example has demonstrated how quickly even the most trusted individuals can be transformed into existential threats. The loss of this research has left Runeterra less prepared to deal with supernatural threats, creating a cycle where fear of corruption leads to ignorance, and ignorance leads to vulnerability. Educational institutions across the civilized world now include mandatory courses on the psychological indicators of moral corruption, using Thresh's transformation as a case study in how good intentions can be gradually perverted into their opposite. Young scholars learn to recognize the warning signs that preceded his fall: the growing fascination with forbidden knowledge, the increasing isolation from moral communities, the gradual rationalization of questionable methods in service of supposedly noble goals. Yet even these educational efforts may serve Thresh's purposes in unexpected ways. By teaching people to fear the corruption of knowledge itself, these programs may actually discourage the kind of bold investigation that might lead to discoveries capable of countering his influence. The very knowledge needed to develop effective defenses against psychological predators like Thresh requires exactly the kind of deep study of dark subjects that these warnings encourage people to avoid. The political ramifications of Thresh's legacy extend throughout the power structures of Runeterra's major nations. Governments that once trusted in the basic decency of their magical advisors now maintain elaborate systems for monitoring and constraining those who work with supernatural forces. The kingdom of Demacia's strict laws against magical practice can be traced directly to fears of another Thresh-like figure emerging within their borders, while Noxus has developed a culture of mutual surveillance among its mages that assumes constant potential for betrayal. These political responses, while understandable, have created their own problems. The suppression of magical knowledge and practice has left many nations less capable of defending themselves against supernatural threats, while the culture of suspicion has undermined the trust necessary for effective magical cooperation. In attempting to prevent another Thresh, These societies may have actually made themselves more vulnerable to the kinds of corruption and manipulation he represents. The religious and spiritual communities of Runeterra have struggled to reconcile Thresh's existence with their understanding of divine justice and cosmic order. How could the Guardians of Paradise itself be so thoroughly corrupted? What does it mean for concepts of good and evil, when someone entrusted with the most sacred responsibilities can become their complete opposite? These questions have spawned new theological movements and philosophical schools, some of which may inadvertently serve Thresh's purposes by spreading doubt about the reliability of moral authority. Some religious groups have responded by developing more rigorous systems for testing and monitoring their leadership, while others have embraced fatalistic philosophies that assume corruption is inevitable and resistance is futile. Both responses play into Thresh's hands. The first creates the kind of paranoid atmosphere that he finds conducive to his work, while the second generates the despair and hopelessness that makes populations vulnerable to his influence. The impact on individual psychology and culture has been perhaps the most profound aspect of Thresh's legacy. The knowledge that someone so trusted could become so thoroughly evil has created a collective trauma that manifests in increased suspicion of authority, decreased willingness to sacrifice for others, and a general cynicism about human nature that pervades many aspects of daily life. Parents across Runeterra now tell their children cautionary tales about the Chain Warden, but these stories often have the unintended effect of teaching young people to be suspicious of anyone who claims to act for their benefit. The moral of these tales, that even the most trusted guardians can become predators, may actually undermine the kind of social trust that healthy communities require to function effectively. The phenomenon of Thresh paranoia has become a recognized psychological condition among those who study supernatural threats professionally. Individuals suffering from this condition become convinced that everyone around them is potentially an agent of the Chain Warden, leading to social isolation and increasingly erratic behavior that often becomes self-fulfilling prophecy, as their suspicions drive away genuine allies and leave them vulnerable to real predators. The strategic implications of Thresh's continued existence affect military and political planning throughout Runeterra. Any major conflict or crisis must now be evaluated, not just for its immediate consequences, but for the opportunities it might provide for the Chain Warden to harvest souls or spread his influence. This additional layer of complexity has made international cooperation more difficult, as nations must constantly wonder whether their allies' proposals might inadvertently serve Thresh's purposes. Intelligence agencies and magical surveillance organizations have developed elaborate protocols for detecting signs of Thresh's influence, but these very efforts consume enormous resources that might otherwise be used for constructive purposes. The need to constantly guard against psychological manipulation has created a defensive mindset that may actually hinder the kind of bold, innovative thinking necessary to develop effective countermeasures. Perhaps most troublingly, some individuals and organizations have attempted to study Thresh's methods in order to develop defenses against them, only to find themselves gradually corrupted by the very knowledge they sought to understand. The techniques of psychological manipulation that make Thresh so effective are inherently seductive to those who encounter them, creating a constant risk that researchers will begin to see potential applications for the methods they are supposedly working to counter. The cultural impact extends into art, literature, and philosophy, where Thresh has become a symbol of ultimate betrayal and the corruption of trust. Works of fiction that explore themes of moral corruption almost inevitably reference his transformation, while philosophical treatises on the nature of evil use his example as a cornerstone of their arguments. This cultural presence ensures that his influence continues to spread even among those who have never encountered him directly. Consequences of Thresh's legacy manifest in reduced trade between regions affected by the Black Mist, increased spending on magical defenses and spiritual protections, and the development of entire industries devoted to detecting and countering supernatural threats. The resources devoted to defending against his influence represent a massive drain on global productivity that has accumulated over centuries into a significant impediment to overall human progress. Yet perhaps the most insidious aspect of Thresh's legacy is how it has changed the fundamental assumptions underlying social cooperation. The trust that allows strangers to work together for common goals, the faith that enables people to sacrifice for future generations, the hope that makes it possible to believe in improvement and progress. All of these have been weakened by the knowledge that even the most trusted guardians can become the greatest threats. This erosion of social trust creates conditions that are inherently favorable to predators like Thresh, as isolated and suspicious populations are far easier to manipulate than cohesive communities with strong bonds of mutual support. In this sense, his greatest victory may not be the souls he has captured directly, but the way his very existence has made all of Runeterra's inhabitants more vulnerable to exactly the kinds of psychological manipulation he specializes in. The legendary status that Thresh has achieved among supernatural entities has inspired imitators and admirers who seek to replicate his methods or exceed his achievements. While none have matched his sophisticated approach to psychological predation, the existence of these lesser threats represents a multiplication of his influence that extends far beyond his direct actions. As this examination of lasting consequences draws toward its close, we see how a single individual's moral corruption has created ripples that continue to spread across generations, weakening the very foundations of civilization itself. Thresh's legacy is not merely the souls he has captured, or the suffering he has directly caused, but the way his betrayal has made trust itself a more fragile and precious commodity throughout Runeterra. Perhaps, as you prepare to surrender to peaceful rest, you might reflect upon this. When the corruption of a single trusted individual can undermine faith in the very concept of trustworthiness itself. How do we balance the necessary caution that protects us from predators with the openness and cooperation that allows communities to flourish and grow? Chapter 12. The Eternal Warden. In the twilight of contemplation, where the longest journeys find their rest and the deepest questions reveal their true nature, we arrive at the heart of a mystery that has haunted Runeterra for centuries. Tonight, as our exploration of the Chain Warden's tale draws to its close, we must grapple with the most profound questions his existence poses. What remains of the man who once protected paradise? What drives a consciousness that has transcended mortal limitations to choose eternal cruelty over any other possible existence? And perhaps most troubling of all, what does Thresh's transformation tell us about the nature of choice itself? In the present day, Thresh exists as something that defies easy categorization. He is neither fully alive nor truly dead, neither entirely physical nor completely spiritual. His consciousness spans multiple planes of reality simultaneously, allowing him to perceive and influence events across vast distances and through different dimensions of existence. This expanded awareness has given him a perspective on the universe that few beings in Runeterra's history have ever possessed. Yet he has chosen to use this cosmic understanding solely in service of inflicting suffering upon others. The question of whether any trace of his original humanity remains is one that philosophers and magical theorists continue to debate. On the surface, the Chain Warden appears to be completely divorced from any recognizable human emotion or motivation. His actions are calculated with mathematical precision, his cruelty is administered with scientific detachment, and his psychological manipulations are conducted with the cold efficiency of a craftsman perfecting his technique. Yet closer examination reveals subtle patterns in his behavior that suggest the persistence of deeply buried human elements. His preference for corrupting figures of authority and trust may reflect a twisted echo of his own fall from grace. His elaborate psychological games often center around themes of betrayal and abandonment that mirror his own abandonment of his sacred duties. Most tellingly, his obsession with extracting maximum suffering from his victims suggests an underlying need for validation that is fundamentally human in its neediness. The rituals and ceremonies that Thresh conducts within the Shadow Isles have evolved into complex patterns that serve no practical purpose beyond his own psychological satisfaction. He has created elaborate hierarchies among his captured souls, organizing them according to criteria that seem to reflect his own internal value system more than any objective measure of their utility. The care he takes in arranging and maintaining his collection suggests an aesthetic sensibility that transcends mere function, implying the persistence of emotional needs that he may not even recognize himself. Perhaps most significantly, Thresh's behavior toward other powerful entities reveals traces of what might be called professional pride or intellectual vanity. His interactions with beings like Mordekaiser or the Watchers are characterized by a subtle competitiveness that suggests he still cares about recognition and status within supernatural hierarchies. This concern for reputation and standing implies the existence of an ego that requires external validation, a fundamentally human trait that immortal entities typically transcend. The philosophical implications of Thresh's eternal existence raise questions that extend far beyond his individual case. If consciousness can persist indefinitely while being completely divorced from moral constraint, what does this suggest about the relationship between awareness and responsibility? Is the capacity for ethical choice something that can be permanently lost, or does it remain latent even in the most corrupted beings, waiting for the right circumstances to re-emerge? Some scholars argue that Thresh's cruelty is not evidence of his corruption, but rather proof of his fundamental honesty about the nature of existence itself. From this perspective, his systematic infliction of suffering represents an acknowledgement of the universe's inherent brutality, freed from the comforting illusions that allow most beings to pretend that life has meaning beyond the accumulation and exercise of power. His transformation from protector to predator could be seen as an evolution toward a more accurate understanding of reality. This interpretation suggests that Thresh has achieved a form of enlightenment, albeit one that most beings would consider monstrous. He has transcended the moral limitations that constrain others, allowing him to pursue knowledge and experience without being held back by concerns about harm or consequence. His eternity is spent in perfect freedom, unencumbered by guilt, regret, or any of the other emotional burdens that make existence painful for those who retain their humanity. Yet this philosophical framework fails to account for the apparent emptiness at the core of Thresh's existence. Despite his vast power and infinite time, he has created nothing of lasting beauty or significance. His elaborate torments are ultimately sterile exercises that produce no meaningful knowledge or positive change. The consciousness that was once capable of protecting and nurturing has been reduced to a mechanism for generating and consuming suffering, suggesting not enlightenment, but a profound form of spiritual poverty. The cyclical nature of Thresh's activities reveals another troubling aspect of his eternal existence. Despite his claims to be pursuing knowledge and understanding through his experiments, he seems trapped in repetitive patterns of behavior that produce no genuine innovation or growth. Each new soul he captures is subjected to variations of the same fundamental techniques. Each psychological manipulation follows predictable patterns based on established principles, and each victory brings him no closer to any larger goal or purpose. This repetition suggests that immortality without moral growth may actually be a form of imprisonment rather than liberation. Thresh has gained infinite time but appears to have lost the capacity for meaningful change or development. He exists in a state of eternal stagnation, powerful but purposeless, aware but not truly alive in any sense that would be recognizable to those who knew him before his transformation. The tragedy of Thresh's existence lies not in what he has become, but in what he has lost the ability to become. The consciousness that once chose to dedicate itself to protecting others possessed unlimited potential for growth, learning, and positive influence. That potential has been traded for power that is ultimately hollow, knowledge that serves no constructive purpose, and experiences that provide no genuine satisfaction or fulfillment. His interactions with beings like Lucian hint at a profound loneliness that Thresh himself may not fully recognize. The elaborate games he plays with his most persistent adversaries suggest a desperate need for engagement with consciousness that can challenge and surprise him. The fact that he allows some opponents to continue their resistance rather than simply destroying them implies that their opposition serves some psychological need that his collection of helpless souls cannot fulfill. This loneliness may be the closest thing to a weakness that Thresh possesses in his current state. The social creature that was once the keeper requires interaction with other conscious beings to maintain its sense of identity and purpose. His captured souls provide him with objects to manipulate, but they cannot offer the kind of genuine relationship that consciousness requires for healthy development. He has surrounded himself with an infinity of minds, yet remains fundamentally isolated, because all of these relationships are defined by his absolute dominance. The question of what might hypothetically redeem such a being has been debated by philosophers and theologians for centuries. Some argue that consciousness corrupted to Thresh's degree is beyond any possibility of redemption, that certain choices create changes so fundamental that they cannot be reversed. Others contend that the very persistence of what appears to be human psychology within his transformed existence suggests that the potential for positive change must also persist, however deeply buried it might be. The practical implications of this debate extend beyond mere academic interest. If Thresh retains some capacity for redemption, then efforts to destroy him might be morally questionable, even if they are strategically justified. Conversely, if his corruption is absolute and irreversible, then any attempt to rehabilitate him represents a dangerous waste of resources that could be used to protect his potential victims. Yet perhaps the most important lesson to be drawn from Thresh's existence is not about his own potential for change, but about the nature of the choices that led to his transformation. His fall was not the result of a single dramatic decision, but rather the cumulative effect of thousands of small compromises, each one seeming reasonable in isolation, but together creating a path that led inevitably to corruption. The keeper who once protected dangerous knowledge began by simply studying it too closely. The guardian who was sworn to prevent suffering started by becoming too fascinated with its mechanisms. The protector of others gradually convinced himself that his own interests were more important than those he served. Each step in this progression seemed logical and justified at the time, yet together they led to one of the most monstrous transformations in Runeterra's history. This gradual nature of moral corruption serves as perhaps the most important warning that Thresh's legacy offers. Evil is rarely chosen consciously or dramatically. Instead, it grows through the accumulation of small rationalizations, minor ethical compromises, and the gradual prioritization of personal desires over broader responsibilities. The greatest monsters are not those who wake up one day and decide to embrace evil, but those who slowly lose sight of the values that once guided them. As our long journey through the darkness of the Chain Warden's existence finally draws to its close, we are left with questions that have no easy answers. Thresh stands as a monument to the potential for corruption that exists within even the most trusted and capable individuals, a reminder that consciousness itself can be turned into a weapon against the very things it was meant to protect. His eternity stretches ahead without end, filled with the systematic infliction of suffering upon beings whose only crime was existing in a universe where such predators can emerge. Whether he will continue unchanged until the end of time itself, or whether some unforeseen circumstance might yet alter his nature, remains one of the great unknowns that haunts the future of Runeterra. Perhaps, as you settle into the peaceful embrace of sleep, leaving behind the darkness we have explored together, you might carry with you this final reflection. In a world where the greatest guardians can become the most terrible threats, and where the pursuit of knowledge can lead to the abandonment of wisdom, how do we protect not just ourselves from external dangers, but our own souls from the subtle corruptions that might transform us into the very evils we sought to prevent? The chains that bind Thresh's victims may be forged from supernatural metal, but the chains that bound him to his dark path were made of choices, and in the end, perhaps that is the most terrifying truth of all.